Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of our guests of honor. Dr. Atit Rairat, Founding President Emeritus of Rangsit University, former Vice President of the Parliament of Thailand, and former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Thailand. Mr. Abhisit Vechashiwa, former Prime Minister of Thailand. Dato Sri Samsun Baharin Muhammad Jamil, Director General of the National Anti-Financial Crime Center, Malaysia. Dato Haji Nik Suhaimi bin Nik Sulaiman, Legal Advisor of International Strategy Institute. Mr. Jia, Chairman of the International Strategy Institute. And Professor Visha Mahakun, Dean of the Faculty of Law, Rangsit University, and Senior Advisory Board of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, Thailand.
Tan Sri, Dato, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, panelists, speakers, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Anti-Corruption Conference 2024. I am Nolapat Pitpipun Head of the Bachelor's of Laws Program, Rangsit University, Thailand.
And me, my name is Tanwat Rinanon, Associate Dean for Student Affairs, the School of Diplomacy and International Study, Rangsit University.
We are so delighted to be your MCs for today's event in this beautiful venue at Rangsit University, Thailand. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, please give ourselves a big round of applause for being here today, combating corruption together.
Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthems of Malaysia and Thailand, our co-host countries for today's event. And now please be seated. and let us watch a video presentation of the previous anti-corruption forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the World Anti-Corruption Conference 2024 in Thailand this year, we gather once again as a global coalition of leaders, policymakers, corporate executives, and anti-corruption experts to address the persistent challenge of corruption under the theme of this year's WACC 2024 conference, Transforming Trust, Eradicate Corruption, a Global Unity for Integrity.
Building on the success of last year's event in Jakarta, Indonesia, this year's conference in Thailand aims to spark the transformative dialogue and drive the international cooperation in fostering transparency and accountability.
Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us give a warm welcome and invite Mr. Jia, Chairman of the International Strategy Institute, to please come up on the stage and give us the opening remarks for the WACC Conference 2024.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, esteemed speakers, moderator, Tan Sri, Dato Sri, Dato, distinguished guests, sponsor, delegate, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the World Anti-Corruption Conference WACC 2024 here in Bangkok, Thailand. Thank you for joining us today to confront one of the most pressing global issues, corruption. I want to take a moment to highlight the role of the International Strategy Institute, ISI. Our organization is dedicated to promoting good governance and transparency. Through our initiative and events, we want to create a platform where leaders, policymakers, and experts can come together to share insight and develop strategies to combat corruption effectively. Our goal is to foster collaborations and drive meaningful change in governance practices. We launched the Malaysia Anti-Corruption Forums, MACF, in 2019, creating a platform for regional dialogue on corruption within ASEAN. Our premier event was attended by Malaysia's current Prime Minister, Dato Sri Anwar bin Ibrahim. Over the years, MACF established a strong foundations for discussions focusing on the crucial relationship between governments and business. By its third edition, the forum went deeper into integrity in governance, the role of a civil society in rebuilding trust, and how economic policy can combat corruption. Recognizing the need for a broader platform, MACF expanded to the international stage as the World Anti-Corruption Conference, WACC. At WACC 2023 in Jakarta, we focus on improving cross-border cooperation with insight from experts from Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar, Brunei, Japan, Cambodia, and Australia and South Korea. The forum also addressed the balance between global governance and national interests and the importance of closing legal loopholes to ensure accountability. This discussion reaffirmed our commitment to the global fight against corruption. This year, under the theme Transforming Trust, Eradicating Corruption, a Global Unity for Integrity, WACC 2024 will be focused on key issues such as empowering small and medium-sized enterprises, enhancing regional cooperation, strengthening legal frameworks, and leveraging technology to detect corruption. This discussion will help us identify practical solutions that can be used across regions and sectors. As we move into today's discussion and welcome our esteemed speakers from Hong Kong, Indonesia, Korea, Singapore, Thailand, Philippines, Myanmar, and Malaysia, I encourage all of you to participate fully and share your insight. The fight against corruption requires both global visions and local actions. The strength of this conference lies in the diverse perspective you bring, and it is through this exchange of ideas that we will find lasting solutions. Finally, I want to thank our partners, Rangsit University, and sponsors for their continued support. Your commitment makes this conference possible and help push the global fight against corruption forward. Let us approach today's discussion with optimism and determination. Together, we can create a future where corruption is no longer tolerated and trust is restored. I look forward to the productive discussion and the solutions we will generate today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chia. Next, ladies and gentlemen, please give us a thunderous round of applause as we welcome up on the stage our guest of honor, Dr. Atit Urairat, the founding President Emeritus of Rangsit University, former Vice President of the Parliament of Thailand, and former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Thailand, to give the welcome keynote address.
Excellency, keynote speakers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference on Transforming Trust, Eradicate Corruption, a Global Unity for Integrity. It is both an honor and a great privilege to stand before you today as we embark on this crucial dialogue. We gather here united by a common purpose to foster a world where trust prevails and corruption is eradicated. As we sit in this room, we represent a diverse tapestry of cultures, backgrounds, and perspectives. Yet we are bound by a shared vision of integrity and accountability. Corruption in its many forms undermines not only institutions, but also the very fabric of society. It erodes public trust, stifles economic growth, and perpetuates inequality. It is a global challenge that demands a global response. In recent years, we have witnessed the devastating impacts of corruption on communities around the world, from political scandals that shakes the foundation of governance to corporate malfeasance that exploits vulnerable populations. The effects are profound and far-reaching. But today, we're not here merely to lament these challenges. Instead, we're here to explore solutions, share best practices, and inspire action. Transforming trust begins with recognizing the importance of transparency and accountability. It requires us to advocate for policy that promote ethical behavior at all levels of society. It calls for the implementation of systems that empower citizens to hold their leaders accountable. And it demands collaboration across borders, sectors, and disciplines. This conference is an opportunity to learn from one another. We will hear from experts, practitioners, and leaders who are pioneering innovative approaches to combat corruption. They will share their insights on creating cultures of integrity within organizations, leveraging technology to enhance transparency, and mobilizing communities to demand accountability. As we engage in discussions, I encourage each of you to think critically about the role you play in this transformative journey, whether you are a policymaker, an academic, a business leader, or a grassroots activist. You have the power to effect change. Your voice matters, and your actions can inspire others. Let us also remember that combating corruption is not solely the responsibility of governments or institutions. It is a collective endeavor that requires the active participation of civil society, the private sector, and individuals. Together, we can cultivate an environment where integrity thrives and corruption is no longer tolerated. In the spirit of collaboration, I urge you to connect with one another during this conference. Share your experience, your challenges, and your successes. Let us build a network of trust and solidarity that transcends borders and unites us in our fight against corruption. As we embark on this journey together, let us remain committed to our vision of a world where trust is the foundation of our societies. A world where integrity is not just an ideal, but a lived reality for all. Thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your belief in the possibility of a brighter future. Let us transform trust and eradicate corruption together. Welcome to the conference, and please enjoy your stay in Thailand as your second home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the meaningful speech. Please remain on the stage as we would like to give you the token of appreciation. And for this, we would like to invite Mr. Jia once again. Please come up on the stage and present Mr. President the token of appreciation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jia and Dr. Atit Urairat. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause as we welcome on the stage our guest of honor, Dato Sri Samsun Baharin Muhammad Jamil, the Director General of the National Anti-Financial Crime Center, NFCC Malaysia, to give the opening keynote address.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sawadee-krap. Good morning, Your Excellency, esteemed speakers, moderators, Tan Sri, Datuk Sri, Datuk, distinguished guests, sponsors, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to welcome all of you to the World Anti-Corruption Conference 2024, hosted in the vibrant and culturally rich city of Bangkok. To see so many distinguished individuals from all corners of the globe gathered here together, leaders, policy makers, academics, experts and advocates, is both humbling and a testament to the importance of the work that lies ahead. Together, we are united by a shared commitment to confront one of the most pervasive and insidious challenges of our time, corruption. The theme of this year's conference, Transforming Trust, Eradicating Corruption, a Global Unity for Integrity, reflects the essence of what we seek to achieve, building a world rooted in transparency and accountability. As we all know, corruption is not a new phenomenon, but its ramifications in today's world are more pronounced than ever before. It is not an isolated issue confined to a few corrupt individuals or systems. No, it is a global issue that infiltrates both public and private sectors, distorting markets, undermining good governance, and weakening the very fabric of societies. Corruption, at its core, erodes trust between government and their citizens, trust in institutions, trust in the rule of law. When corruption is allowed to persist, it destabilizes economies, exacerbates inequality and diminish opportunities for the most vulnerable. In many parts of the world, corruption has a direct impact on the quality of life, affecting access to healthcare, education, and justice. It stifles innovation, curbs economic growth, and stunts sustainable development. In a world that is increasingly interconnected through global trade, digital technology, and cross-border cooperation, the consequences of corruption have become far-reaching. Corruption doesn't stop at borders. It transcends them, infecting systems on a global scale. And as such, the need of global cooperation and collective responsibility to combat corruption has never been more critical. According to Transparency International, it is important to acknowledge the challenges our region faces in the fight against corruption. As we head into a significant election year in 20 and 24, with key elections in Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and others, the 20 and 23 Corruption Perception Index, CPI, shows that little progress has been made. For the past 5 years, the average CPI score for the Asia-Pacific region has stagnated at 45 out of 100, with 71% of countries falling below the regional and global average. These weak scores reflect the failure of elected officials to deliver on their anti-corruption promises alongside increasing crackdown on civil society and attack on the press and fundamental freedom. However, there are still countries leading the way. New Zealand and Singapore continue to top the index with strong anti-corruption measures, followed by Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, Bhutan, Taiwan, and South Korea. Yet, even these nations face challenges, with New Zealand seeing a decline in its score due to concern over public integrity. As we gather here to discuss the urgent need to eradicating corruption, I would like to highlight the words of our Prime Minister of Malaysia, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Seri Anwar Ibrahim. He has set a bold and ambitious target for Malaysia to rank among the top 25 countries in the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index within the next 10 years. To achieve this, he emphasized that entrenched corruption, compromised individual and vested interests must not be allowed to derail this national endeavor. He also stressed the need for a zero-tolerance environment where justice must be done and must also be seen to be done. Leaders in both the public and private sector must set example, earning the trust of society to ensure a whole-of-society mobilization to stamp out corruption at all levels. In line with this vision, we are especially grateful to have such a distinguished group of representatives from various countries joining us here today. Each nation represented in this room faces its own unique challenges when dealing with corruption, and similarly, each country has developed its own strategies and approaches to tackle this issue. The diversity of experiences and perspective is one of our greatest assets. By bringing together global minds, we have the opportunity not only to showcase what has worked in our own nation, but also to learn from the innovative solutions and policies that others have implemented. This gathering offers us the chance to engage in meaningful dialogue, share best practices, and exchange ideas that could potentially shape the future of anti-corruption initiatives across borders. The collaboration between our countries is key to building more transparent and accountable systems. By learning from one another, we can not only enhance our own national strategies, but also contribute to a stronger, united front in the global fight against corruption. It is our hope that this conference serves as a catalyst for deeper cooperation and that together we can work towards a world free from corruption. Today, we will engage in a series of in-depth discussions that aim not only to dissect the issue of corruption, but also to chart a path forward. We are here to find solutions, both practical and actionable. The session we have prepared are designed to provoke thought, encourage dialogue, and inspire action across sector and region. One of the most pressing topics that we will explore is cross-border anti-corruption effort in the Asia-Pacific region. The past few years, particularly from 2020 to 2024, have presented unprecedented challenges ranging from economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic to the exposure of vulnerabilities in our cross-border financial system. It is crucial to recognize that corruption thrives where transparency falters, and these vulnerabilities have allowed illicit financial flows to flourish. Data from Apex 20 and 22 report estimated over 800 million in illicit financial flow within the Asia-Pacific region alone. This figure underscores the scale of the problem and highlights the urgent need for harmonized legal frameworks, intelligence sharing, and coordinated enforcement across nations. No single country can tackle this issue in isolation. It requires a united front. By focusing on international collaboration and cross-border accountability, we can dismantle the network that enable corruption to thrive across border. Another critical area we will discuss is the role of technology in combating corruption. Our session on leveraging technological solutions to detect and prevent corruption will explore how digital advancement can become powerful tools in this fight. Around the world, we have seen how countries like South Korea and Singapore are pioneering the use of artificial intelligence, blockchain, and big data to strengthen transparency in public procurement and financial transactions, reduce opportunity for corrupt practices, and ensure accountability in our system. According to a 20 and 23 UNDP report, these technologies have the potential to reduce corruption risk by up to 20%, especially in high-risk sectors. For e-procurement platform to smart contract, this innovation offers promising pathway to enhance transparency and accountability in both the public and the private sectors. However, the challenge remains in ensuring that these technologies are accessible, scalable, and secure so they can be adopted more widely across diverse regions and economies. As we discuss this topic and many others throughout this conference, let us not lose sight of a fundamental truth. Corruption is not inevitable. It is a challenge, yes, but one that we can overcome through collective will, innovative solutions, and relentless action. The discussion we have today will touch on various aspects of corruption, political, economic, social, and technological, but they all share a common thread, the belief that with the right strategies, we can dismantle the system that enable corruption and build a world where integrity prevails. This conference serves as more than just a platform for dialogue. It is a testament to our shared determination to build a better, more transparent world free from the scourge of corruption. It is also a call to action. We must act, and we must do so decisively. The strategies and recommendations that emerge from our discussion today should not remain theoretical. They must be translated into concrete steps implemented both locally and globally. Our mission is clear: to create a world where integrity is not the exception, but the rule, where trust in our institutions, government, and businesses is restored. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our hosts for organizing this significant event. It is essential to recognize not only the importance of this gathering, but also the imperative to continue its momentum in the years to come. By touring different countries annually, we can foster international collaboration, share best practices, and strengthen our resolve to eradicate corruption in all its forms. Continue the World Anti-Corruption Conference as a traveling event reinforce the notion that the fight against corruption is a global endeavor. It transcends borders and requires a unified approach. Corruption knows no boundaries. It affects both rich and poor nations alike. By creating a global network of anti-corruption advocates, solidarity and collaboration can flourish in addressing this pressing challenge. One of the unique strengths of World Anti-Corruption Conference is its ability to tour different countries each year. Last year, the conference convened in Jakarta, and this year it is honored to be hosted in the vibrant city of Bangkok. This rotational approach broadens the geographical reach of the conference while engaging a wider array of stakeholders. Each host country contributes its own experiences and challenges in the fight against corruption, enriching discussion and fostering a greater understanding of the issue on global scale. By experiencing the local context, participants can gain valuable insight that may inform their own strategies in their respective countries. Furthermore, hosting the conference in various countries help raise awareness about corruption and its impact in different regions. It encourages local engagement and empowers communities to participate actively in the discourse on anti-corruption. When individuals see that their country is hosting such an important event, it ignites a sense of pride and responsibility, reminding them that they too have a role to play in promoting integrity and accountability within their society. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers and panelists, whose insight and expertise will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. Your collective wisdom will be invaluable in shaping the future of anti-corruption strategies. And to our delegates, your presence here today is a testament to your commitment to a corruption-free world. You are the change maker, the advocate, the defender of integrity who will carry the lesson learned here into your own country, sectors, and community. Before I conclude, I would like to underscore that fighting corruption is not just about addressing symptoms, it is also tackling the root causes, whether through improving governance, reforming public procurement processes, enhancing the transparency of financial system, or promoting ethical leadership. Our task is to root out corruption at its source, and we must do so in a way that strengthens the foundation of trust, transparency, and accountability across every level of society. The world is watching. Our action or inaction will have a profound impact on the generation to come. Let us leave this conference not only with new ideas and strategies, but with a renewed sense of purpose. Together, we can forge a path toward a more just, fair, and transparent world. We must remember that the fight against corruption is not just a challenge, but an opportunity to shape a better future. Each of us has the power to drive real change. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change that you wish to see the world. Let us live here today with renewed purpose, committed to transforming trust into action and leading by example. As I said, the world is watching, and together we can create a future where integrity prevails and corruption has no place. I look forward to the meaningful discussion and strategic outcome that will emerge from today's session. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and your dedication to this important cause. I pray that this conference will spark meaningful progress in our collective mission, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato Sri, for the constructive speech. Please remain on the stage as we would like to present you with a token of appreciation. We would like to invite Mr. Jia once again to come up on the stage and present Dato Sri with the token of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jia and Dato Sri. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give us a thunderous round of applause as we welcome up on stage our guest of honor, Mr. Aphisit Vechachiwa former Prime Minister of Thailand, to give the special keynote address.
Mr. Chair, Chairman of the International Strategy Institute, Dr. Athit, Founder Emeritus President of Rangsit University, distinguished speakers and participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great privilege to have this opportunity to address this conference, co-hosted by two institutions who are committed to transforming trust, eradicating corruption, and creating a global unity for integrity. It is refreshing that in a world where we face so many challenges, with headlines dominated by wars and conflicts between nations, political polarization, deglobalization, disruption of supply chains, a slower than expected recovery from the COVID years, climate change, technological disruption, that there remains a group of people who have not lost sight of one perennial plague that continue to damage social, economic, and political progress in so many countries. That is corruption. And indeed, if you think carefully, corruption is very much linked to most of the challenges that the world faces today. It is corruption that is the prime source of the loss of trust and undermining the democratic and political institutions around the world, giving rise to movements that are populist, extremist, nationalist, which then create a right recipe for conflict and war. It is corruption that is very much at the heart of previous economic crises. I recall the 1997 Asian financial crisis, the 2008 global financial crisis, both being caused by corruption within both the public and private sectors. Corruption has also been one of the factors that have contributed to the destruction of natural resources through unlawful action. And given that most countries now have the challenge of transforming towards a greener and a higher tech or digital economies, where there are rising costs and greater volatility, the world can ill afford to continue to waste trillions of dollars in bribery and corruption. That is a global phenomenon. But here in Asia and Southeast Asia, we are no exception. This region has long been recognized as a region with much promise and potential, and through many decades had demonstrated the dynamism in terms of economic growth and resilience in facing crisis. And yet, the region continues to be held back and hampered by corruption in various forms, undermining political progress and democratic progress on top of the general global recession that we see in liberal democracy. So it is refreshing and heartening to see a gathering of such a diverse group of stakeholders, but with a common purpose in eradicating corruption. And I see that throughout the day, there is a good range of subjects that will be covered in the common fight against corruption. In the limited time that I have, allow me to share a few thoughts on our fight against corruption. First, whenever we talk about the issue of corruption, there is this temptation to focus too much on the legalistic approach. I have to tell you, even artificial intelligence is guilty of this. Yesterday, I typed in my chat with the GPT, what can I do to fight corruption? And its first answer was tougher and harsher penalties. It still has a lot to learn. Because if you look around, even in this region, you continue to see corruption despite the fact that there is even capital punishment or hundreds of years of jail sentence, and yet they have failed to deter those engaged in corruption simply because they do so believing that they can get away with it. Yes, a good legal framework, an independent judiciary are very important in this fight against corruption, but we have to be aware that they are simply not enough. A good framework, a good law, a strong judiciary is only as good as their ability to enforce the law. And when it comes to corruption, you are fighting against the rich and the powerful. So you have to put many more pieces in place in terms of protection of witnesses, facilitating whistleblowers, and instilling that confidence in those directly in charge of fighting corruption. The second thing to notice is corruption evolves. As all of us here try to gather and find new ways of fighting corruption, those engaged in corruption also find new ways to find loopholes, to circumvent the law, and to make unlawful gains. In the Thai experience, just a little over 25 years ago, we managed to put in our constitution the idea of having a national and independent counter-corruption commission. And for a while, that worked very well. But as time went on, just like other phenomena of regulatory capture, the commission itself now begins to lose a lot of credibility. That is a lesson that you will have to continue to refresh and reform all the institutions that are put in place to fight corruption. And the third and final thing about these legal issues is that there is one concerning recent trend that we see in the world, and particularly in this region. And that is the fight against corruption itself has been used and weaponized as a political tool. And this creates confusion among the public and make them perceive that the idea of fighting corruption just becomes part of the political game. And therefore, that has weakened the appetite of the public to join this fight. So these are all very important things to keep in mind. But if we step back a little from this legalistic approach and these legal issues, what can we do? There is a lot now that we can do in terms of prevention and deterrence, particularly with the use of technology, something that I believe you will be discussing this afternoon. There are so many new technological tools that can be used. Digital platforms to create more transparency, and also to allow a platform for whistleblowers. Blockchains to have an untampered record keeping in important processes like public procurement and financial transactions. Artificial intelligence that could be used to detect irregularities in various processes where government is concerned. And e-governance in general, which can reduce face-to-face interactions that might give rise to opportunities for bribery or corruption. That, I hope, will be a discussion that will be able to bring up new ideas and innovative ways to use technology in our fight against corruption. Secondly, there is need to create an ecosystem that is conducive to the fight against corruption or to eradicate corruption. The economy, in particular, is important in its structure. I believe that there will be, in the next panel, a discussion on the SMEs. And I would remind all of you that whenever the economic structure or the economy is driven by competition and efficiency with well-defined regulations, corruption will find it hard to take root. But if the economy is built around creating rents, rent-seeking, monopolies, discretions of authorities, then these are ripe environments for corruption too. So the general fight against corruption cannot distance itself from how we try to shape the way economic competition takes place within our countries. And I would like to echo Dr. Atit's words that in this fight against corruption and in creating this ecosystem, it is not just about the government and the public sector. There are so many stakeholders who do play important roles. For instance, the private sector itself, business. I recall that during my time as Prime Minister, I challenged the business leaders in Thailand that corruption is a problem that cannot be solely blamed on the public sector. If politicians were the one accepting bribes, who were paying? And indeed, that gave rise to the establishment of a private sector organization in Thailand now called ACT, Anti-Corruption Thailand, which continues to be very active and makes valuable contributions in the fight against corruption. The media play a very crucial role. You will see all around the world that, especially in established democracies, mature democracies, that politicians are brought to account, not really by the law, but by a free and vibrant media that are not afraid to take on authorities. But the media have also become big business. The media have also oftentimes been captured by vested interests. Again, any fight against corruption must rely on an environment where the media can thrive in its role of bringing people to account. Education, not just among children and the young, but public education about the dangers of corruption, creating the right societal values are also very important. So I would urge all of you also to think about how we can engage the public more through this process of public education. Finally, of course, with all of you here today at an international conference, there is need also to strengthen international cooperation. Indeed, I believe only a handful of countries are actually outside the UN Convention Against Corruption. Yet, I think international cooperation is not nearly strong enough to tackle cross-border financial transactions related to corruption, and also in strengthening each other in terms of investigations when corrupt practices happen. I could go on all day, but I think with these thoughts, I hope they will be valuable enough to contribute to the discussions that you will have in very important panels on the issue of SMEs, on the judiciary and legal system, on leveraging technology and engaging stakeholders in the fight against corruption. The fight is going to be long. It will need the commitment and passion that I hope to see today when you engage with each other. And I hope that such engagement will continue beyond this conference. But for the time being, I wish you a very fruitful discussion, an enjoyable time, and a successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Apisitwechai-Shiwa, for the thought-provoking speech. Please remain on the stage as we would like to present you with a token of appreciation. With this, once again, please give a big applause to Mr. Jia to come up on the stage and give the token of appreciation to Mr. Apisitwechai-Shiwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jia and Mr. Former Prime Minister. We would like to ask you to kindly remain on the stage and would like to invite our guests of honors, Dr. Atit Urairat and Dato Sri Samsun Barin Mohammad Jamil, Dato Haji Nik Sulaiman Suhaimi bin Nik.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the first panel discussions of the World Anti-Corruption Conference 2024. My name is Dr. Charapon Rangsuwan. As the MC already introduced me, and I will be the moderator for the session 1 and session 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session will be 60 minutes in total, including an 8-minute presentation by each speakers and a Q&A session. After the individual address, we will have some selected questions for the speakers for about 20 minutes, and we'll conclude the session with some questions from the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first topic of the discussion is empowering SMEs in the age of globalization, strategies to combat corruption. So to give you guys a little bit more of information, according to the OECD, small and medium-sized enterprises are predominant in the business world, contributing significantly to global GDP and driving employment and innovation. However, they often lack the necessary resources to stay updated with best practices in anti-corruption and compliance. So SMEs often encounter corruption in various forms, including bribery, extortion, and fraud, especially in countries with weak governance structures. So this session will explore how globalization impacts SMEs and discuss effective strategies to combat corruption, enabling these enterprises to thrive in an increasingly interconnected world. And it aims to create a collaborative platform where stakeholders can share insights, develop actionable strategies, and committed to support SMEs in their fight against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our panelists of the sessions. First of all, Mr. Tan Sri Abu Qasim bin Mohammed, the former Chief Commissioner of Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission from Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him on stage. Second panelist, Mr. Ang Yut. He's the Managing Director of the Adventist Consultant Pte. Limited, a digital solution company. He also served as the President of the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises from Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank you. And lastly, the Vice, wherever you like, sir. And lastly, the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, the Faculty of Law, Rangsit University. Please welcome Dr. Nik Dawan Prasunthorn. All right, as I already mentioned before, that we will start with individual address for about 8 to 10 minutes. And if you need to use a presentation and clicker, please let me know. Okay, I have it prepared for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Tan Sri Abu Qasim bin Mohammed, the former Chief Commissioner of Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, to deliver an individual address. Please, sir, the stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, based on this topic that given, I just wanted to share with you on the experience, a real experience, on dealing with SME and how SME can say no to corruption indeed. As a former chief commissioner, when way back 2010 to 2015, I deal a lot with the SME. We have a dialogue and discussion with the SME. And one of the issues, the SME said that, look, it's easy for you to ask us to say no to corruption, but in reality, if we don't pay, we die. If we pay, we die. Then I said, what do you mean? If we pay, you will get us. We will get in trouble. If we don't pay, we don't have business. The reality, because it is the culture of this country that you have to pay. That when I was the chief commissioner. Today, I am the chairman of few companies. I also an advisor for about nearly 70 companies. There is companies from small company and also medium companies. And I start to realize that when I was the chief commissioner, my leg do not touch the soil and the land. The reality is different. The reality that we have to face with the real issue, how to deal with, how to say no to corruption, especially the SME. It's not easy, but there are areas, there are possibility, and there are methodology to find ways to say no. Of course, OECD, UNODC have all the guidelines and so on. But you don't answer yet. They didn't answer the reality of how to say no. The question is very simple. If you don't pay, you die. And how to go about it? Yes, I would like to share with you on certain cases as an advisor of quite about 70 companies. There is one occasion where the company was approached by the authorities in their offices, asking them to sponsor a golf tournament from organizing and also the gift that's supposed to be given to golf players and the champion. The amount is quite big. And the company came and see me saying that, look, you are our advisor. Please advise us to give or not to give. This is about our life. If we don't give, we die. If we give, we also die. Then I said, look, reject it. Don't give. Don't ask. When they ask you to organize a golf tournament, it involves hundreds and thousands of costs. The money involved is quite big. So don't you ever comply with it. But after that, let us discuss. After you reject, then come back to me. So they rejected it. They write a letter, they say, I'm very sorry, it is not our policy to organize due to directive of any authority, and furthermore, you have an official dealing with us and so on. Under the law, we cannot allow that to happen. Then, again, after they came back and see me, I said, do you have an allocation for CSR and also to get a partnership by organizing a golf tournament? I said, why you do that? I said, you just organize a golf tournament, not because of they asked for you. You organize a golf tournament because you wanted to bring all your customer, your associate, together with you, not because of them. That's a very thin line. As a practitioner in those both worlds, as in law enforcement and also now corporate players, we must know how to say no and limit ourselves so that we don't get involved. You don't try to please them, but you do what is right. Organize a golf tournament and invite everybody, including them. That is not a kind of action that due to their demand. And secondly, I also like to share with you, I have an experience where a company been paying at about 20,000 ringgit, is about what? About 50,000 US dollar at about, 50,000 every year to be allocated to the officers, the salesmen that deal with the road transport department. It is a small company, I would say that, but they deal with vehicles and so on. And they said that we have to pay. If we don't pay, then it's very difficult for us to get easy approval for the vehicle that we brought in from overseas. Then what are you supposed to do? It's okay. Then the officers, I said, why not you try to do and try to comply with everything that what the road transport department want. The first occasion will be difficult, the second occasion will be difficult, the third occasion will be difficult, maybe the fourth occasion, they start realizing this company will not pay anything, and they go by standard. They try their best to comply everything. Today, they don't have to pay. Of course, in the few occasions, they have a problem. Creating a brand for a company is so important. A brand of company that they don't want to get involved in paying bribe is very important, because once you start to give, then it's very difficult for you to stop. Because in advising about 70 companies, the thing keep coming. And what the most difficult thing for SME to deal with when there is a demand of political donation. This is about reality. I'm not talking about conceptual here. I'm talking about reality. From time to time, especially during near election, the political party will ask a donation. They call it donation, but if they don't give, the next government will not entertain you in any contract. There is the perception, there is the possibility of the psychology perspective of a businessman and also company in this area. How to deal with this? What I advise them, I said, please, make it a clear policy. Make it a clear policy on what is your stand. And make sure that your policies and the law is so important. Your policy must be concurrent with the law. It cannot be contrary. It cannot be contrary. If you wanted to give a politician, the board of directors must set a standard. The board of directors must get an approval, and your policy must be very clear. That's why when I was called back in the government to reform the government, one of the issues that I drafted is on adequate measure for companies in preventing themselves from entangled with corporate liability. As you know that in America, there is Foreign Corrupt Practice Act 1977, and also the UK Anti-Bribery Act 2010, and Malaysia, we have our section 17A about corporate liability was passed in 2018 and was enforced in 2020, because we want 2 years that we request from the government to make sure that we educate all the companies, including small company, medium company, and big company. Today we talk about SME. Do you think that the big company did not involve in bribing? In 1999, when I was in Paris at the OECD conference, during this conference, I have discussion with the developed countries, big companies, and also their players. One of the discussion is on paying bribe. When we ask them, especially one country, and their companies, a lot of their companies been charged in US because of paying bribe. Allow me to say it, German. When we have discussion with this organization, say, why you, because in German, at that particular time, if you pay bribe to other countries, to developing countries, when you wanted to make investment, it's tax deductible. And you can imagine that when we ask why you have that kind of law, they said, look, the politician, the leaders in that particular country is a must. It's their culture to give them bribe. It's the same argument by the SME when we wanted to introduce the law on corporate liability. They say it is the culture of the government servant to accept bribe. Yes, we understand there is a culture. But at the same time, you also have to change your culture. Because if we don't impose that, if the United Nations Convention do not impose that, if OECD do not impose the importance of corporate liability, the game in this economy, especially in the global economy, is not very even. It's not fair, you can see. And I don't want to say it out clear. There are few countries now in the world are very strong in giving bribe. They are becoming bigger and bigger, they're becoming strong and strong. But again, one day we hope that this country will sign and have a law on corporate liability. Because I believe for SME to really deal on dealing with corruption and how to say no, there are 5 areas that if they can proceed or they can give focus. Next, please. The area is, I don't have the controller. If you, oh, okay. All right. I thought that they. We have about 2 minutes left. All right. Okay. This is the 5 areas that I introduced to the government way back in 2020 during the enforcement of the corporate liability law. Most crucial, if you look at the first element, is about the top management. From the study, we found that about nearly 50% of corruption in the company involve at the board of directors of senior staff of the company. And another interesting thing, a lot of companies against corruption, when come to reality, about nearly 30% of them may get involved into corruption without they realize it. Because their interpretation of corruption is very different. Their interpretation of corruption is those people who receive bribery is corruption. If we've been forced to give bribery, it's not our fault. It's the fault of the government officer. We have been forced to do that. Again, the mindset, the psychology perspective of the businessman have to be changed. They must be unlearned about the perspective of definition of corruption. Corruption not only involved between government and corporate sector, but also involved between private sector and private sector. That's why corporate liability in all the law in the world address the issue of outbound corruption, where they cannot give. If they give, they will implicate with the corporate liability law. And can you imagine that many big companies in the world, Siemens, even the latest one, Goldman Sachs, Alcatel, and they've been sued by DOJ, and the amount of money is, we are talking about hundreds of millions. Like Siemens, nearly 900 million was charged by the American society, the American authority, due to the implication of his involvement in paying bribe all over the world. This is happened in way back in 1970s, 80s, 90s, and early 20s, due to the government policy at that particular time, allowing of tax deductible when they involve with developing countries. The chairman tell me that I have, my time is up, although it's only my introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, especially for your insights and very, wow, your experiences is something that really important, very valuable. Thank you very much, sir. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Angut, the Managing Director of the Adventist Consultant and the President of the Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. Please, sir, stage yours.
Hi, everyone. Very glad to be able to sit here today and share from the perspective of Singapore SMEs. Just to give everyone a background, in Singapore, in terms of number of SMEs, we have about 250,000 SMEs. For a very small country of less than 3 million population local plus another 2 million population foreign workers, right, coming to about 6 million. For 250,000 enterprises, small and medium enterprises, that's quite a large number. The definition in Singapore for what constitutes an SME is a very broad range. Anything below 100 million Singapore dollars in turnover or less than 200 staff qualifies you to be an SME. So if you think about the broad scheme, if you are a business that has 500 workers and doing 50 million in turnover, you are an SME, or you are a company employing 2 person and you have a business of $1 billion in turnover, you are still an SME. So it's a very, very broad range, right? But I think for the business for our association, of course, our association doesn't have 250,000 members. We have about 7,000 reach. And what we try to do is we really speak for the case of SMEs in Singapore. And I was looking at this topic, right, about corruption. I think from Singapore, we do have a very unique perspective. And I hope to kind of share it from our angle and see if it can have a takeaway for all parties. Firstly, I think from the angle of an SME, why is corruption bad for industrial development and industrial progress? I think fundamentally it's really about inequality, right? And uneven and unequal opportunities. And from one SME to the next, you know, who has the advantage and who gets to go ahead, that becomes a question if there's an underlying issue of corruption or other systemic problems. And if you think from the economy and economic building perspective, all of this, if there are corruption and other systemic issues, it results in increased costs of the economy. The cost doesn't go to making the economy better or making people's lives better. It creates uncertainty for business. So as a business, I don't know what to invest in. What should I invest in? Because I'm not sure whether my investment is going to stay or it's going to go or it's not going to give me that kind of returns depending on who is in charge and who has power. It also creates a shadow economy, which is an economy underneath that doesn't reflect the real economy that most of us can see. And fundamentally, your resources are not optimally allocated. I think that's very real for us. And even from the perspective of a Singapore SME, we can see challenges around not specific corruption, but we can always look at allocation of resources as an area that we can improve and optimize. Right, I think that there are three things that I want to share around the perspective of a Singapore SME and corruption and strategies to combat corruption. I think first, if any of you study the Singapore system, you'll know that foundationally there's a very strong foundation. So the first point is really foundational rules. I think the country itself was founded on a very strict principle of integrity and trust, and that became the founding principle of Singapore's nation building. If you look at the World Corruption Index, we are ranked number 5 in terms of least corrupt nations. If you all follow the news in Singapore, you would know that in the last slightly over a year, we have had 2 pretty high-profile cases of investigation into corruption. One was around our ministers purchasing government-owned buildings, and we went through a very intense process of investigation. Of course, in the end, it was cleared and it was shown that the ministers were above board. And then more recently, another case where our minister, former minister for transport, was actually charged. He was charged under a section in our constitution called Section 165 for corruptly obtaining favors, obtaining valuable items without consideration. Just as a note, right, the things that he obtained in the charge was 14 bottles of whiskey, 1 Brompton bicycle, 1 business flight ticket, and 10 F1 green room tickets. And if you look at the broad scheme of things, it may not be a lot, but that goes to show the amount of how seriously the government takes obtaining gifts and variations of corruption into account. In this particular instance, if you all follow the news, the prosecution, which is the government attorney, asked for 6 months of jail sentence, and the judge instead gave 12 months of jail because the judge disagreed with both the prosecution and the defense. I think the defense asked for 3 months and the prosecution asked for 6, and the judge actually dished out 12 months of sentence. So that goes to show how seriously the judicial system as well as the government system takes into account this. Now, the challenge with some of these foundational rules actually for SMEs in Singapore is that we find that we always have problems when going abroad and going to the region, because I think Singapore companies are too straight and too law-abiding. So that's one of the challenges Singapore companies have, because in Singapore the rules are quite transparent and quite easy. So for example, opening a business, if you want to set up a company, if you are a Singapore citizen, it takes anything between 30 minutes to 1 hour online to set up a new company. So it's very easy to open companies in Singapore, and the rules are very straightforward. And the government places a high degree of value in making sure all the rules are open and adhered to. So most recently, we just changed Prime Minister, and the new Prime Minister in his National Day rally shared about the creation of a regulatory improvement or reduction of regulations in Singapore. So he started an office that focused around reducing government regulations to make it easier for businesses to operate and to make it faster. So this is just an example of where I think that foundational rules, right, really help. The second point I have is about openness. The Singapore government is very open in how it shares information and how it makes information publicly available. A very good example is our annual budget announcement. Every year, around February, our finance minister will go into a public broadcast to announce what is in store for the Singapore budget. Now, that is just a 3-hour exercise on public TV, right? But 3 months before that and 3 months after that are a lot of intense preparation for that. And it involves all sectors of society. So me being involved as the president of the association, we as an association get involved in budget recommendation. We get involved in meetings with various ministries to propose what the budget should be and what our recommendations are. So through that process, the government then selects and puts together the final budget, and it gets announced. And after that announcement, there are again a series of engagement where we clarify the details of the budget, and we clarify things that are not so clear around the announcement. And sometimes there are certain programs that are announced that has no clarity, that requires 2 or 3 months to work out. So that to me is a very good example of being very open with every item in the budget. And apart from the budget and in the lead up, we also co-create programs with the government. So as a trade association, it is always open to us to propose programs with a certain budget and a certain industry outcome to the government, and that gets adopted and put into the overall budget as a whole budget to the SMEs, to benefit SMEs. 1 minute. Yeah. So lastly, right, I wanted to say is that there is an opportunity for growth for SMEs in Singapore. I think one interesting thing about the Singapore businesses is that we are very meritocratic centric, to the extent where we as SMEs feel that our larger businesses do not support the smaller businesses, because every business thinks about selecting the best to partner with them. So through the process of meritocracy, it allows for businesses to really work hard at doing well, and the selection process is also very open and very open to questioning, and that really helps us in terms of looking at how to be better. So that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Very much, sir. So I like what you said about fundamental rules and also the openness to the public. That would be something that helps. Thank you so much. The third panelist for session 1, the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, Faculties of Law, Rangsit University, Dr. Nidawan Prasunthorn. Please, the stage is yours.
Let me stand here because it's easy for me to look at the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, everyone. First, I would like to thank ISI International Strategy Institute and Rangsit University and all partners around me speaking today. In the era of globalization, we have to admit that numerous issues concerning small and medium enterprises around the globe. However, because we have guests, the presence of guests from Singapore and from Malaysia, today I will be talking about SME in terms of Thailand aspects. As from my experiences and from my research recently, please. I will be talking about the challenges of small and medium enterprises to combat corruption, Thailand perspective. From my own experience in the year of 2000, just graduating from law school, my major was business international law. And after graduating, I practiced in a law firm in Bangkok. I confess I didn't like to go to the court of law. Most of my work are primarily to revise, to rewrite the commercial contracts from our clients, which were small, medium, and even large company, listed public company, both in foreign and domestic in Thailand. As I operated with government officials of my client's project, of course, I encountered a large number of corruption. Even an official asked me to give them a bribe unless they didn't do our paperwork. In the first time, it was kind of practical joke. Is that true? But it is in reality. And from time to time, bribery were not just monetary transaction. It includes like luxury items, concert tickets, airfare, and even summer courses for their children. Yes, like SME didn't have so much choices. They have to pay the bribe or to going out of business. Even like last week, I think that you guys know like toy arts, you know, Lala Boo Boo, Boo Boo Lala something. Just some officials requested toy art from our clients. No, it's not a joke, but it's true. And this phenomenon not just take place in our country, Thailand. It's all over the world. Even in the wealthy country like the United States, Japan, they all have this bribery and this impact SME, because SME do not like large company. They have a lot of money to pay for the bribe. However, many countries issue any measures to combat with corruption, also like a situation in Thailand. We have so many things to say about SME in Thailand that I prepared just like 20 minutes on the stage, but according to you, I just have 8 minutes on the stage. I think that some of slides might not be explained, but if anyone would like the explanation in any slides, let me know. I will be explained in the second round. I would like to talk about like SME in Thailand and its barriers, impacts of corruption on SME, substantial laws and regulation, Thailand Corruption Index, challenges of SME in Thailand, the solution to fight with the corruption in Thailand. First of all, I would like to begin with the situation of SME in Thailand. SMEs play important roles in Thailand economy. You can see that around 3.1 million of SME in Thailand is the fourth nation economy. And from the report of SME Promotion Office, we can see that SME make like 25.2% of total gross domestic product in Thailand. Yes, that's why we could see many schemes from Thai governments to support SME. If SME in Thailand prosper, yes, it would be the nation living in prosperity. However, there's so many barriers according to the calculations of SME, for example, that I think that it is the most important issues for the firm to access to the finance. Some is just a startup. How could he or she or the investor show the good credit history? It's difficult for them to request the bank loans to raise funds. And if, as we know, if we had just a little money, how could we just pay the buy or invest in the new innovation? And there are so many barriers, and for example, in terms of human resources constraints, yes, we have experts, we have so many skilled laborers in our society. However, how could SME with little money can afford to hire high-skilled people to operate? In terms of like competition limited to get into the market compared to the large company in Thailand or even foreign company. They have kind of large amount of investment. Even they can attempt to pay the bribe. How can like SME afford to pay that? And even more difficult to get into the market or to have market share. The impact of corruption on SME, it causes unfair competition and therefore, is the obstacles of economic growth in Thailand. The time is out. Just a little bit. Yes, in Thailand, we have so many attempts from government to fight for corruption, including laws and regulations. And the question is, if the government enforce the law well, I think that it's a great chance to fight for corruption that it will make SME thrive in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Nidawan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have like 15 minutes left for the session, so I think we have to move on to the Q&A sessions. I have a question for, this one would be for Mr. Tansri Abu Kasim and Mr. Angyut. So the question is, how can SMEs effectively build a culture of integrity and transparency within their organizations? Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Not only in the organization, but also in the country, the most important is the leadership, the board of directors and also senior leadership. They must show a good example. They must show a real commitment in fighting corruption. And they themselves have to show, walk the talk. They have to become the example of the whole society. That is if they have that environment, then the 50% war is there already. Then we can go to the second stage by all the companies should look into doing the risk assessment and make sure that the highest risk of the SME company been addressed effectively. They should not go on the low risk, but they have to go to the highest risk and to ensure that the highest risk resources of the company, manpower and all that, to be addressed on doing some mitigation on the high-risk area. Third, they must make sure that they have internal control by policies and procedures in place. For example, policies on gift, policies on whistleblower, policies on dealing with conflict of interest and all that. All the issue of integrity policy must be clear, must be trained to the officers, staff, and also those dealing with them, the contractor, the suppliers, and so on. They must deal and communicate with them as effective as possible. They must make sure that the training of code of conduct is not mere monologue. There should be a case study, because all the studies show that a lot of people get in trouble in corruption because they do not know how to deal with the gray area. The black and the white is easy for you to define. When come to gray area, a lot of people get involved in corruption, regardless where they are, how good you are, how clean your organization. When come to the gray area, at about 25%, who claim, out of 100%, who claim that they really wanted to fight corruption, but 25% will get involved. If we show them on the case study on the gray area, some of them will say that it's okay to get involved. So the culture process of changing the culture and the integrity in any organization, especially SME, it cannot be by giving lecture monologue, but must be based on case study and role play and a different game in dealing and communicating with those involved in corruption. Thank you.
Hi. I think that from the perspective of an SME, I think we need to look at openness foundationally. And why I say that is, give you an example. This year, Singapore government implemented a flexible working arrangement guideline. It will come into effect in December. And what it states is that it asks SMEs and all businesses to have an open process in terms of any staff that comes to you and requests for flexible working arrangement. Whatever the flexible working arrangement is, whether it's working from home or flexible hours or flexible load. A lot of SMEs, before the proper announcement and clarification was made. They were concerned that it would make the staff feel entitled and staff all don't want to come to office to work. Because of this problem, people prefer to work from home. When we clarified, what the SMEs realized was that actually we were encouraging that SMEs have a proper process or an explicit process for the staff to apply and for the company to reject if the grounds are not favorable. So I think this is a good example of open communications. And I think that if we use that as an example and build open communications, whether it's around processes, whether it's around the way a company does things, the way a company hires, I think it will create that trust and integrity foundation that we can build from there. So I think that perspective is where we can start, and from that direction you go further and think of yourself as a citizen of the world, and what would your company be like if you want to be a citizen, a corporate citizen of the world. I think that's my answer.
Thank you very much, sir. I have another question, but this one is more specific for Dr. Dawan, since she's in the Faculty of Law. Okay, so this question is about the Thai law, right? So does Thailand have law about, anti-corruption and how effective it is? And what is your suggestion for, developing this kind of law and regulations? Please, ma'am.
Thank you for the question. Please, you would like to see my slide? That I mentioned before, that we could see the attempts of Thailand government to so many procedures to fight for corruption, including have some create new laws and they try to enforce it well, but have to admit that Thailand corruption index is not in moderate level, not good and not bad. Let's see, Thailand corruption index in the year 2023, Thailand scored 35 and ranked 108 out of 180 countries in corruption perception index last year. Not moderate means not good and not bad. Please. So a large number of law. Let's see. Okay. We have the establishment of anti-corruption, which is independent organization in Thailand, from 20 years ago. And we also have Anti-Corruption Act, Organic Act on Culture Corruption, Public Sector Ethics Act, Disclosure Laws, Whistleblower Protection Act, and Public Procurement Act. Yes, I have just a limited of time, just focusing on Public Procurement Act. In Chapter 2, the law states that all partners should participate in corruption from anti-corruption. And it appears that all partners of the project, for example, government agency who initiate the project and the business operator all assign an integrity pact, all have to admit to refrain on the corruption that could be occur in the future. Secondly, the law also insists that public observation can see all the process of the procurement of all the projects. That I hope that this is outstanding measures that could help fighting corruption in Thailand. Some argue that an integrity pact are only in the paper. How could government enforce them? But I think that we have integrity pact is better nothing, just like in the past that nothing, no investigation, no public observation. But I optimistic that two outstanding procedure in the law should help fighting corruption in Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Wow. So we have been listening to a lot of experience and suggestions from the panelists today. Unfortunately, our time is very limited, and the lady over there is, trying to pressuring me all the time. So I would like to spend the last minutes to thank you very much, all the panelists. So thank you so much for being with us today. I understand that you have to travel to Thailand in order to be here today. So thank you so much. And I believe that your insight, your experiences, and especially your suggestion will benefit us all to a very great extent. So thank you very much, sir and madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our moderator and panelists. Please remain on the stage, because before we proceed to the second panel, we would like to grant you the token of appreciation. And by this means, we would like to invite Dato Haji Nik Suhaimi bin Nik Sulaiman. Please come up on the stage and give our panelists the token of appreciation. Thank you. Ms. Nidawan, we need to have a group photo for session 1. Please come back over. So thank you very much, everyone. We would like to ask you to come into the middle to have a panel group photo. Please, in the middle. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you very much, everyone. Please have your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we will proceed to the second panel discussion entitled Cross-Border Anti-Corruption Efforts in Asia-Pacific, Enhancing Regional Cooperation. With that, we wish to invite our panelists up on the stage and hand the discussion to our moderator.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. We have something to arrange. Okay, so should we move to the session 2? All right, thank you very much. So welcome back to session 2. I'm still here. Okay, so our session 2, the topic is cross-border anti-corruption efforts in Asia Pacific, enhancing regional cooperation. So according to Transparency International, 71% of countries in Asia and the Pacific have a CPI score below both the regional average of 45 and the global average of 43 out of 100. These low scores indicate elected officials' failure to address anti-corruption efforts, alongside repression of civil society and attacks on press, assembly, and associations freedoms. Focusing on the importance of regional collaboration, this topic will address the need for coordinated anti-corruption efforts across Asia-Pacific nations. It will discuss the establishment and strengthening of regional anti-corruption networks, the harmonization of legal frameworks, and the sharing of best practices and intelligence. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 panelists on this session. So I would like to introduce, first of all, the former chairman of the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission from the Philippines, Mr. Grego Antonios Beda Banta Belgiga. Please welcome him on stage. Secondly, we have the Assistant Director of the Operations Department Independent Commission Against Corruption from Hong Kong, Mr. Lau Jiho. Thirdly, we have a faculty member of the School of Law, Rangsit University. Please welcome Dr. Thanet Sujarikun. And lastly, the advisor at the State Audit Office from Thailand. Please welcome Dr. Suthi Suntaranurak. Again, this session will be 60 minutes, same as session 1, starting with individual address, 8 to 10 minutes per speaker, and I will manage the time, followed by selected questions and questions from the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Grego Antonios Beda Banta Belgiga, sorry if I mispronounced, the former chairman of the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, the Philippines, to deliver us a presentation. Please, sir. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you here. My presentation is presented in these slides. I am former chairman of the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission in the Philippines, and my topic is cross-border anti-corruption efforts in Asia, enhancing regional cooperation. Corruption is akin to a malignant tumor that draws its strength from anonymity. Thus, it must be detected or exposed and addressed to save society from the certainty of death and decay. The spread of this life-threatening illness has exponentially increased with the use of technology. Our region, like the human body, unless we unite and concertedly resolve this social disease, this cancer will spread within our region to destroy our countries and our peaceful coexistence. Our proposed solution. Acknowledging that the PACC, which was the office I headed, needs to learn from the best practices of other countries on anti-corruption efforts, we first went to China. In December 2018, the National Supervision Commission, headed by Li Shulei, hosted a dinner, and we learned that China also has a problem. They want to catch fugitives who hide in other countries. With technology, they discovered that 2 of the most wanted corrupt officials are hiding in the Philippines. They requested us to help in the arrest and deportation of these criminals. On January 16, 2019, fugitive Si Haoji was arrested by the PACC. 3 years later, he was arrested and deported to China in 2021 after a pursuit that began in 2011. This paved the way to a memorandum of cooperation between the PACC, our office, and the National Commission of Supervision of the People's Republic of China. In April 2019 at the Belt and Road Initiative in Beijing. This cooperation extended worldwide. Anyone from the NACCC of Thailand here? Anyone? This is Kamon from the National Anti-Corruption Commission of Thailand. He attended a 2-week seminar on the anti-corruption together with the representatives from other countries worldwide. The cooperation turned into a lasting friendship. This is what the WACC is doing right now. In the seminar, we learned that with the use of technology, it only takes 95 dedicated people in China to monitor complaints and refer them to appropriate agencies for immediate action. Conclusion, we need to accept the fact that although we have different forms of government, laws, and culture, we need to find a common ground that will bind us together, such as the use of technology and sharing of information to win the fight against corruption in our region. There is unity in diversity through technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Lau Chi-ho to address your presentation, please.
Thank you. I can have to present. Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow speakers. It's really my honor to be part of it. I would like to contribute as far as I could. Thank you again for introducing me. I am Paul Lau from ICAC of Hong Kong, China. So today our topic of this panel is how to enhance regional cooperation. But before we dive into this topic, I would like to ask questions to each and every one of you. So why is international cooperation such important? So we have heard about a lot of insights from our distinguished keynote speakers this morning. We all know that it's important. The answer appears to be obvious, that we need to elevate everyone's capability in fighting this invisible crime, which by nature is cross-border and is fugitive, runs from country to country. The fund flow easily cross the boundary. So it is very obvious that we need to work together in order to tackle this insidious crime. But apart from it, I would like to remind everyone that we all actually have legal obligations to work together. So talking about this is the international law that our countries have respectively signed into. To put it into the position that by law, we really have to work together to fight against corruption. So speaking of this, I guess you know that I'm referring to this convention, which has been mentioned by Mr. Abu Qasim earlier, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. I would like to spend a little bit time on this, although it is very I'm sure that everyone knows about it. It was adopted in 2003, and it is the only legally binding universal anti-corruption instrument worldwide. And as of August of 2024, there are 191 parties covering about 140 signatories around the world who have ratified this convention. By ratifying it, the countries commit themselves to implementing its provisions and cooperating with other states members in the fight against corruption. So it is a very short convention, covers like 71 articles only. I spent about 1 hour to finish this. I really encourage you to read it article by article. Chapter 4 concerns international cooperation. So member states have to assist each another to fight against corruption in terms of providing mutual assistance in civil and administration matters, extraditions, transfer of sentenced person, MLA in investigations, mutual legal assistance, whether it is formal or informal cooperation, judicial proceedings, executing of search or arrest warrants. So we have to, by law, we have the obligations to assist one another. And chapter 5, we emphasize on asset recovery, which is a very, very important topic. We not only want to put the wrongdoer into prison, we need to get back our money, which is actually the public funds most of the time. And chapter 6, it deals with technical assistance and information exchange. And as far as ICAC of Hong Kong, China is concerned, our stance is that we're fully committed to international cooperation. And we have actually established dedicated units within our commissions to deal with Chapter 4, Chapter 5, and Chapter 6 of UNCAC. So our international counterparts should have come across with our international liaison unit when we are dealing with cases. So we are very welcome and committed in providing assistance when our counterparts, overseas counterparts, send us requests to conduct formal or informal inquiries into their corruption investigation. I know MLA, mutual legal assistance, we need to go through a lot of paperwork, it takes time, but as far as informal cooperation, it is really a message, an email, or a phone call that will do already. But of course, we need to build trust before we enter into that collaboration. And I think this forum like this is the perfect platform for us to really get to know each other and work together. So we have also mutually benefited by sending our requests to overseas counterparts, so to assist our investigation that might somehow spilled over to Southeast Asia countries or Asia-Pacific regions. So as far as Chapter 6 goes, we even take it to the next level by establishing an international academy. So in 2004, February this year, we established the Hong Kong International Academy Against Corruption. And the prime mission is to establish an international platform to foster anti-corruption efforts and advance global anti-corruption causes. So it has several strategies, and one of the very important key strategies is to provide international training. When I'm talking about training, it doesn't really, it's training per se. We treat it more like an exchange opportunities so that we can learn from each other. So we arrange tailor-made programs or thematic programs like financial investigation, asset recovery, use of technology, combating corruption in construction sectors, things like that. We sometimes do it in Hong Kong, which is a nice platform that we can invite multiple anti-corruption agencies to share and exchange their ideas and experience in Hong Kong. And sometimes we also send our trainers to respective jurisdictions, countries. This year we have provided trainings like over 20 and reaching out or connecting with 70 countries. I think we have also connected with over 2,000 anti-corrupt fighters, and this is something we will continue to do, and it's free of charge. Actually, I'm doing the annual budget for my department for next financial year, and really we have to be held accountable on the each dollar we spend. And we are often asked by parliament members or the government why we are spending so much resources in terms of manpower and money on international cooperation. So, I mean, we are providing training to overseas counterparts. So we are often asked, why are we doing this? And the answers are quite simple, as I mentioned it before. We have a need to do so. It advances our collaboration. We have the legal obligations under the UNCAC. So the government is happy about it. The taxpayers is happy about our justification. So we will continue doing this. I hope that our academy will continue to play an important role in empowering global anti-corruption efforts. So the next point I would like to mention is international organizations. So we do not do anti-corruption work alone. We partner with international organizations like UNODC. We actively participate in Global meeting. It was like last month in September, there was a plenary meeting and steering committee meeting held in Beijing of China. And then we have actively participated in the APEC meeting. We have ACT working group or ACT Net. So we also sent officers to attend physical meeting in Peru this year. And also the IACA, I know many of you are very supportive to these organizations. And we actually see a lot of benefit by joining the activities and joining the platforms of international organizations, because they really provide good value for us to exchange with each other. It also leads different topics as far as corruption is concerned. Without knowing the international topics, hot issues, we would be always staying in our rabbit hole. So we actively participated in them. So, sorry, I'm still in this. Yeah, it should be this slide. So, concerning IAACA, we also actively participated in it. Some of you may be aware that our commissioner of ICAC Hong Kong is also the president of this IAACA starting from 2022. So far, it has got 176 members over the world. We hope it is helping to lead the role to shape international anti-corruption initiatives and foster collaboration globally. And its prime objective is also to promote the UNCAC to UNCAC. So I hope that we can make use of those platforms so that we can meet each other more often, make friends, build trust. As I mentioned before, for law enforcement agencies, we really need to build trust, because our investigations are confidential. If we don't know each other, how can I send the confidential information across the ocean and telling them that I'm investigating someone, some corporates, I need your assistance? So we really need a platform like this to build trust, to make friends. And I know time is running out, so it will be my last slide. This is some CPI index, Rule of Law index, World Competitive Index. Singapore is doing great. We are not as good as Singapore, but we're not that bad. So for CPI, we rank 14th in 2023. And for the Rule of Law index, there is an absence of corruption sub-index. We rank 9th in last year. And for the World Competitiveness Yearbook, absence of bribery and corruption item, we rank 4th in last year. So I'm showing you this slide not to demonstrate that ICAC in Hong Kong has been doing okay. I want to mention one concept is perception. So all these surveys are perception-based. We know as far as measurement of corruption is concerned, it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult if we want to make it evidence-based. So most of them are perception-based. Even in last year, in 2023, the UNODC has advocated a new statistical framework on measuring corruption. It was published in Conference of States Parties in Atlanta in December last year. So there are over 150 parameters to measure corruption, and they try to make it evidence-based, but it is very difficult to make them all evidence-based, and some of them remain to be perception-based. So what I'm trying to say is perception is important in terms of measuring corruption. And when in the lengthy battle of the fight against corruption, we really need to change everyone's mindset. So how can we change people's perception? I think in Hong Kong, our experience is that we talk about it. We openly tells members of the public that we are committed in fighting corruption. We discuss how to deal with corruption openly. So this is actually a crime deterrent as well. This morning, former prime ministers mentioned about crime deterrent. I was waking up and then he mentioned that I totally agree with him that increasing the sentence would not bring down crime. It is well established in criminology academically because it is a university we are here in. So I try to borrow some ideas from the academic world. Is that if you want to bring down crime, it's not about increasing the sentence. It's, however, increasing the certainty of potential criminal, their perception or how they perceive that, whether they will be arrested for their wrongdoing. Just imagine if a potential criminals are about to commit a crime, and if he is very certain that his wrongdoing will have 100% being revealed, he or she would not dare to commit that crime. So crime deterrent theory is that we have to increase the certainty of being apprehended, perceived by potential criminals. So I think perception, or we openly talk about it, demonstrating how different government authorities are committed in fighting corruptions. So we can flex our muscle to members of the public, to different stakeholders, and even to the potential criminals that everyone in this room, everyone in Asia-Pacific region are committed in fighting this crime. So my last point would like to make is perception. So that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Thanet Sujarikun, the faculty member of School of Law, Rangsit University. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Originally, I have written 30 pages paper on ASEAN cooperation to fight corruption by means of mutual legal assistance, money laundering, and extradition. But as I understand that I have only 8 minutes, I reduced it to 30 pages PowerPoint, but still I think I cannot make it. So I reduced it to 3 pages paper. So if anyone can put it on the screen, it will help my presentation. I will start with, is it a new phenomenon or a new crime? I mean, corruption? No, it is not new. It has been in existence since history. It has been reported that corruption is one of the major causes which contributed to the fall of Roman Empire. This is very interesting. Now we know that it has been with us for a long time. What is it? What is corruption? There is no hard and fast definition as far as I research, but some organization or some entity or some dictionary put it which I like it. For example, Transparency International defined corruption as an abuse of entrusted power for private gain. I like it very much because this is very flexible, very broad, and it is one of my major recommendation for the solution. Another one is from the dictionary. You may wonder why I use dictionary, because most of the crimes, I mean corruption crime, is inscribed in the treaty. And a treaty must be interpreted by ordinary meaning of the term, which plain meaning. So I use the dictionary. For example, Webster Dictionary defines corruption as an dishonest or illegal behavior, especially by powerful people. Okay. So corruption concern and deal with mostly by powerful people. So we have to fight it, and we may have a difficulty to fight it. Okay.
don't worry, my paper does not on the screen. I just speak really slowly. So, is it a crime then? Yes, it is a crime, because virtually all states in the world impose it or penalize it as a crime. Corruption has been provided in several treaties. For example, UNTOC, United Nations Convention on Transnational Organized Crime. And this is the original, the first one, which talks about corruption. And the second one is very, very important now, is UNCAC, United Nations Convention Against Corruption. It has also a definition. It has also mentioned about crime of corruption. But it is interesting to note that both the UNTOC, UNCOC, and UNCAC, there is no definition as to what is corruption. But they use the elements of crimes. The elements of crime is the conduct of the people. If a person conduct as such, it will constitute a crime of corruption. So it's interesting why they do so. I believe that the reason why they do not have any definition on corruption, they may fear that if we have a definition, it may be too narrow or it may be too broad, and corruption continually change every time, every minute. Even every second is changed, because now technological progress and anything about computer, the internet, change things very fast, instantly. All right, it is a crime. It is a crime by national law. It is a crime by international law. But in terms of international law, there are two kinds of international law. The first one is a customary international law. A second one is a treaty. Okay. What are the difference between them? A customary international law is not a written international law. It is a mere practice of states which has been repeated for a certain period of time with a sense of legal obligation, which we call in Latin opinio juris. If a conduct comprises the three components, the three elements, then a conduct may be a crime. And a crime here is a universal crime. It binds every state in the world, notwithstanding any treaty in existence. An example may be piracy. What about corruption? Is it a universal crime yet? No, it is not, because it is just a crime under certain treaties, which I have mentioned, a crime under several national laws. But it has not yet achieved the status of a universal crime like piracy, which I will recommend later on that what we should try to do is to make corruption crime a universal crime like piracy. If we can do that, we can do away with the impediments, which we talk about it later on, okay? So if it is a crime under several treaties, what are they? The first one, which I have mentioned, UNCOC, I have already talked about it. The second one is UNCAC. And the third and the fourth one concern ASEAN. In the context of ASEAN, we call it ASEAN instrument. ASEAN instrument is an agreement between or among ASEAN member states in written form in the context of ASEAN, which create rights and obligations under international we call ASEAN instrument. What are they? There are a lot, but I have just to mention two, which I think very important. The first one is ASEAN Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters, AMLAC, AMLAC. The second one is concerning with extradition,
but we have not yet reached the agreement. What kind of extradition treaty between ASEAN member states should be? We have only the model law. We call ASEAN Model Extradition Treaty, MAET. But the treaty itself, extradition treaties between or among ASEAN members is still going on negotiation. Okay. What are the means, the significant means to fight the corruption? There are a large number of it, but for the sake of brevity, I just only to mention that, first of all, criminalizing corruption. Second one is according mutual legal assistance. Third one is anti-money laundering, which is very important now. And lastly, according extradition. All right. Are there any impediments concerning the three measures or the four measures that I have mentioned? There are as much as 15 or even 20 impediments. But for the sake of time and for summary, I just would like to mention, first of all, bank secrecy. Unfortunately, corruption crime at the present concerning transfer of money, transfer of the proceeds of crime. If a person is offering, is giving promise, or do anything against or towards public officials, whether national public official or foreign public official or international civil servants, that may constitute a crime. They may ask the official to give them undue advantage. Yeah. I like it very much because both Antok and Ankak say that if a person giving promise or giving something to an official to gain undue advantage or unjust advantage, then that constitutes a crime. Okay. What happens if the undue advantage happens to be a money? The person who commits a crime may transfer the money right away to some place else, especially to the countries which have a law prohibiting revealing certain facts about that money, which you call bank secrecy. Then it's the end of it. Okay. Another thing which is close to bank secrecy is fiscal matter. A country normally refused to cooperate, whether by means of mutual legal assistance or extradition. They may adhere to the principle that if a crime concerning bank, if a crime concerning fiscal matter, which we do not know exactly what does it mean, then they will refuse cooperation. So country A cannot ask country B, can you identify the criminal, the fugitive offender, the proceeds of crime where it is, can you help us? They can simply say that, oh, I would like to help you, but sorry, my national law prohibits we are doing so because we have bank secrecy, we have prohibition against revealing anything about a fiscal offense, then it's the end of the fighting against corruption. Okay. Okay, if the country agree that even if it is a bank secrecy, if it concerns fiscal policy, but we will assist you in terms of investigation, then another hurdle is that a request for assistance or the offense must be dual offense, which we call dual criminality. The name of the crime must be the same. Country A and country B have the same offense, the same name, or very close. And secondly, the elements of the crime must be the same. You have to have both. The name is the same, the elements of crime or the conducts of crime are also the same.
If one element is missing, that means there is no dual criminality. And then the end of the story, no cooperation. That's what the UNTOC and UNCOC trying to cope with it. As of now, the two conventions say that if there is a request for mutual assistance, you cannot refuse just on the ground that the request concerning bank, the request concerning fiscal crime, you have to cooperate. I'm really glad to hear that. But in terms of extradition, that's still a hurdle. They say that even though we help you in terms of mutual assistance, but this is not the case. This is a case of extradition. I cannot help you because we require dual criminality. And your request does not fulfill the requirements, okay? And I just will start now. I just would like to mention about possible solution because I have only 8 minutes, and you can ask me a question later. I think that there are some solutions, in my opinion. The first one is enlightening states as to the hideousness and seriousness of corruption crime. Because corruption ruin and destroy everything: justice, rules of law, economies, and everything. I think it is worse than piracy, because piracy now rarely happens because we have everything to control, right? But corruption is very subtle. It can happen everywhere, every minute, without notice. So I think it is more hideous and more serious even than piracy. Why don't the international community realize that and do away with the very old or traditional principle of extradition, like bank secrecy, like fiscal crimes, like dual criminality, like double jeopardy, or everything? Please realize that the world is changed. It's not the time for Hugo Grotius, the father of international law, 200 years. It is now the world with technology. Technological progress can make traditional international law with respect to jurisdiction and extradition obsolete. So we should enlighten the international community as such, as we are here now. We are trying to make an understanding what it is. Is it serious? Okay. And secondly, making corruption crime a universal crime, not just a treaty. Because the goodness things about customary international law is that once a crime gains the status of a universal crime, a crime under customary international law, it then can bind everyone, not just parties to the treaty. I have a sign that I have to stop now, but I can answer a question later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The last panelist, I would like to invite Dr. Suthi Suntarandarak, the advisor at the State Audit Office, Thailand, please.
Okay, before lunch. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, yes, thank you so much. Yes, on behalf of the State Audit Office of the Kingdom of Thailand, or SAO, we would like to thank the International Strategy Institute, ISI, and Rangsit University to invite us, SAO Thailand, to share our view about the anti-corruption efforts, especially focus on enhancing regional cooperation. Let me start with our audit community. Since 1953, we have been strong collaboration more than 70 years ago. Our global collaboration in the audit communities, we have a big and fruitful community that we call INTOSAI. INTOSAI came from International Organization of the Supreme Audit Institution. INTOSAI have 195 SAI around the world. In Asia, we collaborate together too, known as ASOSAI, the Asian Organizations of Supreme Audit Institution. The ASOSAI, we have 47 SAIs. ASOSAI is a sub-regional of the INTOSAI. This is our story. Nowadays, we are facing the global challenge that the INTOSAI and ASOSAI have attempted to adapt and share our good practice and solution among SAI to respond this challenge. The twin disruption represent both digital transformation and the COVID-19 pandemic. That makes a new era as known as the next normal. I would like to share my humble view that the global challenge in the next normal show the 6 challenges as follows. Firstly, economic recovery. Second, health security. Third, digital transformation and cyber security. Fourth, the climate change. Fifth, social inequality. And sixth, demographic shift. Last year in 2023, from our research paper in the ASOSAI, we found that SAI in Asia, they are preparing themselves for the future of the good governance. We define the 3 characteristics of the future of good governance in the next normal era as, firstly, leveraging technology and digital transformation. Second, prioritizing sustainability for the good governance. And lastly, addressing the social equity and inclusion. The first characteristic, the good governance must leverage the technology to improve the service delivery, increasing transparency and accountability. Also engage with the citizens in the new and innovative ways. This includes promoting the digital inclusions and addressing the digital divide. Second, good governance must prioritize the sustainability, including the policy promoting like the energy efficiency and the environmental protection. Third, good governance must address the social equity and inclusion to promote more just and equitable society. From our audit perspective, that we know that from the auditor view, is not only the anti-corruption effort through our audit mandate, but also the SAI attempt to promote the future of the good governance too. The SOSI member found that the AIR model is a good way to support the new good governance. The AIR model consists of, first, adaptive, second, innovative, and the last one, responsive to the emerging challenge and prioritize transparency, accountability, also the citizen engagement. From our research, we propose the implementations of the AIR model for the SAI supporting the future of the good governance as a 5 approach. Firstly, building the strategic agility. Second, promoting the digital transformation. Third, fostering collaboration and partnership. Fourth, promoting the innovation. Fifth, strengthening capacity of the auditors and the site staff. Let me start with building the strategic agility. Our SAI, we need to adapt rapidly, changing the environmental and building the strategic agility that can help them to do so. SAI should develop a clear vision and set strategic priority and engage with the other stakeholders in order to understand the emerging challenge and opportunity. Second, promoting the digital transformation. SAI need to adapt to promoting the digital transformation. SAI should include the leveraging the new technology to improve the service delivery, increase the transparency, accountability, also engaging with the citizen as a new and innovative way. Third, fostering collaboration and partnership. Nowadays, our SAI community cannot operate in the isolation, and building the partnership and collaborations that can help them leverage the resource and expertise to achieve their goals. SAI should consider the partnering with the other SAI, like also the CSO and anti-corruption agencies, and also the other stakeholders in order to promote the good governance and achieve shared objective. Promoting the innovation. In order to stay ahead of emerging challenge, as I mentioned about the emerging issues as a significant change in the next normal era, SAI need to promote the innovation and creativity. Many SAI may involve adopting the new methods and the technology. From my research and from my humble view, I view that many SAI around the world nowadays, they try to initiate that they call the audit laboratory in order to initiate the audit method, the new audit method and the new audit technology in order to encourage the experimentals and the risk-taking and supporting a culture of the innovation and continuous learning. And also the last one is about the strengthening the capacity. SAI must strengthen their capacity by investing their staff and resource. And nowadays, many SAI, they try to invest the concept of also the approach about the forensic accounting and also the forensic auditing. SAI should include developing the training program, fostering the knowledge sharing and collaboration, and upgrading our infrastructure and technology to support their work. In summary, finally, I would like to summarize as follows. First, preparing SAI for the future of the good governance requires a holistic approach that addresses emerging challenge and opportunity. And by adopting this concrete approach, SAI can position themselves as effective and impactful leaders in promoting the new good governance in the next normal. Thank you for your attention. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, sir. Now thank you, sir. Now we're going to move on to the Q&A sessions. We have two questions right here. The first questions would be to Mr. Grego. Okay, so this question is about technologies. We have heard that you mentioned about technologies in cooperation and information sharing. So how can technology facilitate cooperation and information sharing among countries, sir?
As what happened to the relationship and operation that was conducted by the Philippines through the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission in China, we were able to arrest and deport the two most wanted fugitives because of corruption that China was looking for. And through technology, they were able to detect the whereabouts of these fugitives, and then they approached the Presidential Anti-Corruption Commission, and in 3 days we were able to recover and arrest and deport the first fugitive, and it took another 3 years to get the other fugitive that was already wanted for over 11 years until we came. That ushered in cooperation between China and the Philippines by drawing up a memorandum establishing the relationship of the two countries. And when we visited their operation, we learned that they are able to monitor and address issues on corruption in China with only 95 people, dedicated people, by using technology. And this system can, by sharing information and technologies, we can all, as a region, advance our operations and capabilities of helping each other and determining problems with regards to jurisdiction, laws, cultures, and system, and work on those things to improve our operations and investigations and our fight against corruption.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. The next questions based on the presentation of you. I learned one thing from you guys, that cooperation is crucial in anti-corruption. So I would like to ask the question that, in your opinion, could you elaborate a little bit more on how can countries in Asia Pacific can collaborate more effectively, right? How can we make it happen, right? So please, sir, start from Mr. Lau Shiho.
Thank you for your question. So I think I mentioned in my presentation is that the key is to build trust. So in Hong Kong, we are starting to sign MOU, memorandums of understandings, with ACAs of different countries. This year, we actually have signed MOU with UNODC, a very important strategic partner with ICAC, and we have also signed MOU with 6 other anti-corruption agencies around the world. So actually, in the process of discussing the terms of the MOU, we really have to get to know each other, because in some cases, there are more than one anti-corruption agencies in one country, so they have different powers, they have different mandates. So in the process of discussing the terms, we know their policy, their governance structures, their interests, their policy, things like that. So it really gets to know each other, and in the process, we really build trust, we really build friendship. So without that, we can't cooperate further. So that is the basis of things. And then we, as I mentioned before, we make friends in international forum like this. So over the years, if we get into our address book in our email list, so if we need help, we can easily find our alliance around the world. So this is my sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tanet, please. Yes. The same question, sir. How can countries in Asia Pacific can collaborate more effectively in anti-corruption? How can we make it happen, sir, in your opinion?
Yes, the simple answer is that country in Asia, which is a region, we can supplement treaties which operate worldwide, like UNCAC, UNTOC, and we can even conclude treaties among ourselves. But we have to be cautious that the new treaty which we are going to conclude among ourselves should not be in discrepancy with the existing treaties. You should have a provision to the effect that the new treaty, nothing in the new treaties shall affect the rights and obligation of the existing treaties. If we have a provision like this, a provision which will be contained in relation with other agreements or treaties, then the treaty which accord the most rights and impose the most obligations shall prevail. Okay? And another thing is that we should try to harmonize the law. At the present, we have 3 levels: the world level, UNTOC, UNCAC. At the ASEAN level, we have ASEAN Mutual Legal Assistance. Sometimes they are coincide, but sometimes they are in conflict. And civil national law may be in conflict with both. How can we do with it? According to the law of treaty, there is a principle that the one which is more specific shall prevail. That would mean that the most specific is the national law or bilateral treaties. It may prevail over the multilateral treaties. But the provision of the national law and the regional law may be less effective than the world treaties. So you have to be really careful on that. Another principle is that the one which come later in time. At the present time, in the ASEAN context, we do not yet have ASEAN extraditional law. We still quarrel. And I myself, it was negotiated behind closed door. I don't know the progress of it. But one thing that you must be careful is that you should not do anything which trump or do anything which is inconsistent with the world treaties. You should have a provision like I have already stated. And most of all, I think very, very important, all countries in the world, especially in the regional or in the ASEAN context, we must realize that the world is now changing. The traditional principle of international law with respect to jurisdiction or any impediments which I have already mentioned is obsolete because it's changing every day. You know, technological progress make everything obsolete. Like computer technology, floppy disk is not used anymore. We use the cloud in the sky. Rather, it changed within a matter of a year or a matter of a second. So you should not adamantly adhere to the traditional principle which is really obsolete, really old. Thank you.
I've heard about, you mentioned about universal crime, to make corruption a universal crime. So in your opinion, is it possible to happen soon or it needs some time for international community?
It takes time, but once it reaches the status of a universal crime, then we can do away with all the impediments as I have already mentioned. It takes time, but it is possible. It's not insurmountable, it can be possible. One thing I noticed is that sometimes if you want to create rights and obligations, you will not do in terms of treaties. You do in a subtle way like General Assembly resolution. General Assembly resolution is not a legal document. It's not binding, legally speaking, but it can contribute, first of all, practice of state, because representatives of member states all over the world meet every day, every night, and then it can create practice of state. If the practice is repeated in the same manner, like 10 years, 100, 1,000 resolution, speak the same thing, that corruption is a hideous and serious crime that we must do away with it. Then it constitutes a practice of state, which has been repeated. But if all the 100 or 1,000 resolutions that it is mandatory that we have to do, then we do it with a sense of legal obligation, opinion or jurist. If we achieve the same thing, then corruption is a universal crime. Then we can have an effective argument that you have to suppress the crime. You cannot refuse for the sake of, no, the criminal is my national. No, we do not have treaty among each other. No, it is a bank secrecy, which we assign very much importance to it. No, it's concerned fiscal matter. What is the fiscal matter? Then there can be no solution. But to speak is very difficult. As we speak, it's easy. To do is very, very difficult. But something happened in the world, like the principle of common heritage of mankind. In the law of the sea, at one time, only one country can exploit manganese nodule in the deep sea bed. That is the United States, and one company, Deep Sea Joint Venture. And the whole world say that, the United States say that manganese nodule in the deep sea bed is like a fish. Anyone who has power, anyone who can exploit, you can do it. It's like a fish in the ocean, in the high sea. The author country said, no, this is a common heritage of mankind. They cooperate with each other, like European Union, like the Group of 77, like the Cannes groups, everything say the same thing. No, it is the common heritage of mankind. It is the expression, the will of the international community. Then the result is that manganese nodule in the deep sea bed now is a common heritage of mankind. The United States said is the only one who is the persistent objector. It may be the reason why they do not ratify the UNCLOS United Nations Convention to the Sea. You should avail yourself of the General Assembly to do. Which I see we already done. We are concentrating on treaties.
Thank you, sir. So come back to Dr. Suthi. So the same question, sir. How can countries in Asia Pacific collaborate more actively?
Okay, thank you for your good question. From my experience, I would like to summarize in two approaches. The first approach I call to update the knowledge. In case of our audit community, as I mentioned, we have INTOSAI, we have ASOSAI. Also, we have the ASEAN side too. And this is our good collaboration amongst our SAI around the world. And every year, and we always update the audit knowledge, especially the audit knowledge about anti-corruption. When we update the knowledge, we always update about the audit objective, the audit topic, the audit objective, also the audit method. This is very interesting because we would like to know what happened with when the other SAI, they use the method. And finally, we would like to know about the audit findings. And after that, we would like to know how to communicate the audit findings and the audit recommendation with the other stakeholders. Because in case of the anti-corruption efforts, we have a lot of stakeholders, not only our audit entities. We have the state audit, we have the National Audit Commission, that we know, the POPASHAW is like the anti-corruption agency. We have to deal with the press too. This is another first approach that we always update the audit knowledge. Let me share our experience because in the INTOSAI, it's not only in the ASOSAI in Asia. We formulate as a working group that we call the INTOSAI Working Group on the anti-corruption and fighting money laundering. That means the auditor, they have the power to relate it, some SAI, they have the power to relate it to fight against money laundering too. For example, from my research, and I work with my colleagues from THAILAND. The THAILAND, they have the mandate about the fighting against money laundering too. This is the first thing that mentioned about to update the knowledge. The second thing that approach that I think that we try to upgrade the audit mandate. And this is very interesting because nowadays all SAI around the world, they don't have the same mandate, audit mandate. Some SAI, they have the powerful. They can act like the juristic. Nowadays, about 50 SAI in the world, they communicate as that they call the jury side, jurisdictional side, jurisdictional supreme audit institution. They try to promote and support if any SAI they would like to upgrade their mandate, in order to fight against corruption and in order to relate it about the jurisdictional function, we can consult with them too. This is my view. Update the knowledge and upgrade the audit mandate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have like 5 minutes left for our session, so I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. So if any of you have any questions for any panelists, please raise your hand and then we will have the microphone running to you. Any questions, sir, madam? Oh, this way, please.
Thank you. I would like to ask Dr. Suntran Nura about the next program of our SAO to cooperate with the
Excuse me, sir, would you mind to put the microphone close to you?
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
Yes, I would like to ask Dr. Suthi about the future of the SAO, Supreme Audit Office of Thailand. How can we have a close collaboration and close cooperation with ASEAN side? ASEAN side. Right now we have 10 ASEAN members. Do you have any kind of common goals of ASEAN side or not? And how can we expect that we can have a foresight audit in terms of the future next decade or next 5 years, in the middle term? How can we develop and implement close cooperation among ASEAN in order to eradicate corruption in this region? Because our region has become a big pinpoint of the world right now that except Singapore, and except some modernized country look like Indonesia, Malaysia, and for other countries as well in ASEAN, we try to develop our country in order to have a transparency governance, right? So please explain a little bit to us about the future of ASEAN vis-a-vis to the collaboration among ASEAN side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Prasit. From my view, and also from our SAO Thailand, and nowadays we have a good opportunity to take a proactive role in the international community, especially that you mentioned about the ASEAN side. And nowadays, ASEAN side, we have the 10 SAI in ASEAN. We work together closely since more than 20 years ago. And one thing that our ASEAN side country that we work together and we share and learn together is about how to shift our mindset in order to achieve the final. Let me explain, because in our audit community, we can separate as a 3 level and the 3 layer. The first layer we call the oversight role. The oversight role that we conduct the financial audit, the compliance audit, also the performance audit. The second level we call the insight role. The insight role that we try to conduct the audit based on we use like, for example, we use the data analytic in order to analyze it's not only like the audit that it shift to another level. And the last one that you mentioned about the foresight role, this is an extreme role that many SAI around the world, especially the developed SAI like the GAO in US, like the NAO in UK, and also even in Brazil. And they use the foresight concept in order to design the future for the audit entities in order to use the public spending wisely. And this is a highest that all of our SAI in ASEAN, we would like to move like this to achieve the foresight role. And nowadays, especially our SAI, based on our new Auditor General, Mr. Montian Charanpon, that he tried to initiate the foresight, the network in the ASEAN country. This is that I agree with Professor that nowadays everything is changed too much. That we call the global challenge, that we call the Barney world. It's not the VUCA world now. Now we are in the Barney world. So our SI community, we have to change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And we have come to the end of the panel. Our time has run now, so I have to thank you again for Mr. Greco Antonios Beda Benta Belgica, Mr. Lau Chi Ho, Dr. Thanet Sujarikun, and Dr. Suthi Suntaran for joining with us today. And thank you so much for your insight and experience. I hope that we have learned a lot of things, especially myself have learned a lot of things. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for our moderators and the panelists. Before we proceed with the next discussion, actually proceed to the lunchtime. So then we would like to invite Mr. Jia up on the stage to present the token of appreciation to our panelists together with our moderator. Wow, that's very gorgeous moment now on the stage, and thank you very much, everyone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our most favorite times of the day, lunchtime. So, just like our Malaysian friends say, makan times. So, please enjoy your lunch. Please feel free to mingle and networking around with other participants. For the VIP guests, please follow our escorts to the 8th floor of this building. And for all participants besides the VIP guests, please go to the 2nd floor of Building 6. There will be liaison leading the way for all of you. Thank you.
How was your lunch? That would be great to try our traditional food here in Thailand. It's so authentic, I believe that. So, right now, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our final panel discussion title. I do apologize for some mistake. Actually, right now, we now proceed to the third panel discussion entitled Strengthening Anti-Corruption Legislation and Judicial Independence, Building Robust Legal Framework. With that, we wish to call up on the stage your moderator, THAILAND. Our student from the Bachelor Degrees of Arts in International Relations and Development from the School of from the School of Diplomacy and International Studies, Rangsit University, and your panelists.
Sawadee Krab. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and valued attendees. It is a great honor to welcome all of you to this insightful panel discussion once again. My name is Thaila, a student from the School of Diplomacy and International Studies here at Rangsit University, and I am really honored to be your moderator. Today, we dive into a topic that holds immense significance for governance, integrity, and accountability across ASEAN and beyond. To explore this issue in depth, we are fortunate to be joined by a group of distinguished experts whose contribution to the fight against corruption and governance reforms. Let me first introduce to our esteemed panelists. The first panelist I would like to introduce is Mr. Jo Win Tay, Commissioner of the Anti-Corruption of Myanmar. Next, we have Mr. Adijur Niboyo, representing the Legal Bureau of Indonesia Corruption Eradication Commission, or KPK. Next, we have Professor Dr. Prasik Ekaputra, Senior Professor of the Faculty of Law at Rangsit University of Thailand. We are indeed privileged to have such a wealth of knowledge and experience on this panel. Now, without further ado, let's embark on this conversation where we will address some of the most pressing questions surrounding anti-corruption efforts, governance, and their future impact on our society. To start, I would like to ask our panelists to share opening thoughts on this topic, which is strengthening anti-corruption legislation and judicial independence, building robust legal framework. So to start this section, may I invite Mr. Jo Win Tay to start. Mr., the floor is yours. Yes, of course.
It's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here on behalf of the Anti-Corruption Commission, Myanmar. I would like to share the strengthening of the anti-corruption legislation and judicial independence. The Myanmar is signed in UNCTAD 2005, and we studying the reviewing of the UNCTAD Convention, and then we ratified 2012. Myanmar is the member of the UNCTAD 2012, and we have enacted the anti-corruption law in 2013 based on the UNCTAD provision. These chapters are very key point or key obligation of the UNCTAD the provision. So we have to the obligation, and we have to implement for all of the UNCTAD provision. So one of my colleagues from the Hong Kong explained for some the chapter, the morning section. So I not the detail explain to them, but this is a very important. So there is a three category of the priority. The one is the mandatory. Mandatory means the main must do, must take the action, must adopt the provision. So this is
One category is the mandatory. Second is the optional. So you may do or you may make for that one. And third one is the consider to make. So this is three category of the provision. This slide's the mention for the Myanmar legislation system, law related to combat the corruption. So all of the successive government implementation for the fight against the corruption. We face the cycle of the UNCTAD, the country visit. This is UNCTAD, the secretary and the member countries are the reviewing. This is one of the provisions of the UNCTAD. So this is the mutual evaluation for any other country for how to implement, how much implement for the UN, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, provision and obligation. So that's why Myanmar is the 2-time the reviewing country visit to here, Myanmar. And then we have the amended for the 4th time. During 10 years, the 4th time amended our anti-corruption law based on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the country visit team, the recommendation. So also we have not only the amended, but also the enact the new law. Because of at the time, first cycle at the time, we have no extradition law, not update the MLA, mutual legal assistance in criminal matter, and then anti-money laundering law. That's why we are the enact the new law according to the UNCTAD recommendation. This is a key, the basic, the principle of the anti-corruption law and legal system. So this is the first one is the clean definitions and scope. This is very important for the formation of the domestic law. First one is the name of the law. Second is the definition and all of the provision. So definition is very clear for us because of the bribery and the corruption, and then POC, the proceed of crime, and the correspondent value. Everything are mentioned in the definition. Also, this is the key because I don't want to detail explain because of time limitation. This is also the effective jurisdiction system of the judicial independence. So these principles we have to observe and follow up this principle, but some are very difficult. For example, the international relations. So judiciary have a very difficult to because of normally the judicial are the state separately, but that's why we need to the international cooperation because of the corruptions are not fight the single state, but also we need to cooperate for the international community. So anti-corruption law is not stand alone themselves because of we need to any other relevant law, the access regulatory law, and countering of the financing of the terrorism and the money laundering law, mutual legal assistance in criminal matter, the same the extradition law and witness protection, whistleblower protection, and the financial institution law. This is a link with each other for the fight against for the anti-corruption. So the legal reviewing in Myanmar, we would like to share for some experience about the reviewing. So our counterpart and implementation body get together and reviewing our law for any gap, any deficiency, and any not updated for the situation. So they are check the key finding point and we are amend. But we have our country practice more than 50% amend. We have to enact the new law. And then some are not updated, so we can delete and we concentrate and update it for our law. The judicial system also very important for us. The first one is the constitution. Constitution is the independence, judicial independence is very important for the constitution. Constitution is lay down the policy for the independence, the judicial independence to them. And then the political will also, all of the judge or judicial share decide matters in accordance with the law. Because of without any the interfere or restriction or threat or pressure. This is very important for change of the proportionate. That's why the very important for the political world, and then formations of the court and judiciary. Because of some of the code are under the Ministry of the Justice, so some are involved with the transfer or promotion. That's why they have formations are very important for them. The independence are the same, and then the law enforcement relevant agency are prepared for complete the case for convey to the court is more better. And then the hearing system also, not only in front of the court, but also some limitation we can using for the video conferencing or any other way. The last one is a pre-trial briefing. This is we learned from the Malaysia. The judicial systems are very good. So this is a very long time. So we are the pre-trial means anti-corruption cases are before the judicial proceeding, we are collect for all of the evidence and witness to pre-briefing in front of the government prosecutor. And then we are preparation and we going to the judicial proceeding. So this is one of the sample case in Myanmar. So we received the complaint letter, and then some are not the real complaint letter. Some are the personal case, or some are not related for the anti-corruption. That's why the investigation case are the 321, and some are the petty corruption. We are transferred to the relevant agency, relevant department, relevant ministry. So we take action for the formal, not formal. This is the political, the person is a 67. This is mentioned by the judicial independence. So all are some are the prime minister, some are the minister, some are the postal general, military general. We can take action. And then high-ranking official is a 22%. High-ranking means the director general, managing director, the banker, so they are the action. The officials are 99. Total 337. And then some of the petty corruption case we send to the department or the ministry. They take action themselves. They are law only, may not take action by the anti-corruption law. And then another are sent to the relevant the regional government to take action. And we are the confiscate amount is the 26.4 billion for the Myanmar Chad, and then the 4 million of the US dollar during 3 years in the anti-corruption cases, relevant in the anti-corruption cases. And then we are the recover for some other tax evasion, some other finding under the investigation we found the need to the tax. So that's why we are recover for the public fund for the 156 billion and 3 million of the euro. This is the recommendation for the judicial independence and the strong legal framework. So strong legal framework is reviewing existing law every 4 years. So some ASEAN countries have this practice. They are reviewing every 4 years or 5 years, and then we are amend and updated for the law. And then the follow up for the recommendations for UNCTAD country visit. So every member of the state party of the UNCTAD, we have the country visit. So we are follow up for all of the recommendation. And then the complete of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, the chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5 are very difficult to implement because of asset recoveries. Some of the provisions are very difficult to implement because of they are partially surrender of our sovereign. So that's why, but we need to implement the obligation. And then the core and key function. So all the institutions, especially investigation body, need to lay down the core and key function, the effective implementation, and evaluations and monitoring. And then the international cooperation. So morning section, My colleague also explained for the very important for the, but this is a not motion for the MOU, but we need to implement for the effectiveness. And then the conscience mechanism and the widespread the network, deep relation among the LEA. So this is very important. So our country, the practice ONCB, the drug enforcement from the Thailand, very close cooperation. We no need for any the official letter or MOU. This is the very trust each other. That's why very close cooperation. Also NNCC from the China. So we are very close cooperation. So this why the very deep relationship among LEA is very successful to fight against the corruption. And then the sufficient government issue and facility, and we are catch up the international norm and standard. And ethic and conduct of the code. And capacity building among the community. So all of our investigator, prosecutor, and judiciaries are need to the strong capacity for the fight against the corruption. And last one is the very important is the political will, very important for that. So thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jo Win-Tay, for those insightful explanations. Your insightful on the ongoing reforms such as mechanisms and also law enforcement are really founded our discussions to start our discussion further. So now to further expand on the strategies being employed in the regions, I would like to invite Mr. Edijuan Niboyo from the Corruption Education Commission, KPK of Indonesia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity given to me in this international conference about corruption. First, I think the issue provided to current anti-corruption laws and independence and effectiveness of judicial system globally. Corruption is a wrongdoing on the part of authority or powerful party through means that are illegitimate, immoral, and incompatible with ethical standards. The idea of changing of the law is a critical awareness and an effort to think about a legal improvement so that they can continue to follow the development of society and the spirit of the times. Corruption undermines the core of the administration of justice, generating a substantial obstacle to the right to an impartial trial and severely undermining the population trust in the judiciary. First issue, what are the strategies related to anti-corruption regulation in order to strengthen the eradication of corruption? Actually, changes is inevitable. Additional regulation are needed for delicacies that have not been regulated in the corruption law but are recommended by United Nations Convention Against Corruption, including bribery of foreign public official and official of international organization, bribery in private sector, acts of trading in influence, and illegal enrichment. Indonesia has ratified the agreement of the ANCAC through the law number 7 of 2009. Concerning ANCAC 2003, through a perfect meeting of the Representative Council of the People of the Republic of Indonesia on March 2006. In modern society, one of the most profound social problems is corruption and illicit enrichment, appearing in various forms from nepotism to bribery to embezzlement. These acts often undermine the social and economic fabric of country. In the context of Indonesian law, the concept of illicit enrichment has not been explicitly defined or regulated in the anti-corruption law. However, in Indonesian law, Article 12b of the Corruption Eradication Law regulated gratuities that may be linked to the concept of illicit enrichment. Although not explicit, this law implicitly implies recognition of the concept of illicit enrichment, whereby an increase in the wealth of the public official for no apparent reason can be viewed as a form of corruption. The goal of strengthening anti-corruption regulation in Indonesia has comprehensive and holistic anti-corruption regulation so that it becomes a strong legal basis for the government, especially law enforcement agencies such as KPK. And the second issue, how to strengthen the judicial system in the context of eradicating corruption. Corruption is commonly defined as the misuse of public officer or entrust power for private gain. When we talk about judicial system corruption, paradigmatic image is that of judge taking bribes. Judicial corruption is a lot more, however. It includes all forms of inappropriate influence that may damage the impartiality of justice, may involve any actor within the justice system, including lawyers and administrative staff. The question of corruption is not only a matter of relation between judicial personnel and court user, but it also about internal relation in the judiciary. Biased decision-making is thus not only a matter of the personal integrity of judicial personnel, but concerns the structural protection of judicial independence and the insulation of judicial decision-makers from illegitimate political and hierarchical influence. The key issue and the challenges in judicial anti-corruption reforms center around balancing the wide discretionary power afforded to judges to enable them to act independently and the need for oversight mechanism to hold judges to account. A challenge for anti-corruption reformers is identifying the particular opportunities for judicial system actors to act corruptly, that is identifying the risk of corruption within judicial institutions. KPK angle have three sentences. First, eradication effort of corrupting in Indonesia have been carried out, but until now are still many corruption cases that have been resolved in various ways by the perpetrator or corruptors. Therefore, in eradicating corruption, it is necessary to carry out integrated enforcement, international cooperation, and harmonized regulation. The KPK has experience in investigating and prosecuting corruption in judicial sector. Some of the perpetrators are judges. It must be concerned. The strategy to handle that, given the corruption in the judicial system is a problem in most countries, there is a need for system to uncover irregularities and discipline and dismiss corrupt officers. If misused, however, anti-corruption strategies become very effective tools for undermining judicial independence by ridding the judiciary of independent-minded judges, then the authorities find bothersome and scare others from following in their tracks. Examples are many. I think three types of treatment. First, addressing judicial corruption, and second, addressing petty corruption, and the last one, addressing undue political pressure. What strategy? How a non-corrupt judicial system is achieved will depend on the particular facts of its system operation. Yet, the qualities of independence and impartiality, integrity, accountability, and transparency are common attributes. These attributes interact and overlap to some extent. First, judicial independence and impartiality. Second, judicial accountability. Third, judicial integrity. And the last one, judicial transparency. Thank you for this session. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. John, for sharing your experience about the KBK approaches and treatments and strategies. That's very insightful for our further discussion. So to complete our panelist discussions and presentation, I now have the pleasure of welcoming Professor Dr. Prasidi Ekaputra, Senior Professor of the Faculty of Law at Rangsit University, Thailand. Professor, the floor is yours.
So my topic today is the problem how to strengthening the Supreme Audit Institution of Thailand in order to scrutinize the spending money of the government effectively and more efficiently. How can we ensure that the money of the people, people pay tax to the government? How can we ensure that that kind of tax collected from our people in Thailand, they all pay tax every day. VAT, value added tax, for example, you buy anything, you consume everything, you pay tax every time. 7% rate of tax, VAT, not counted for other tax, a lot of tax in each country. How can we ensure that that kind of tax must be utilized in terms of transparency, and how can we ensure that the government officer in the government unit, in the government agency, will we never make a corruption, we never commit a corruption, we never commit their service in exchange of dirty money, under table payment from the businessmen or from the people who would like to have, such as ask permission, ask the certification from the government, permission for building, everything. How can we ensure that the government officer will have a transparency services vis-a-vis to this kind of government money? So, in brief, in our world, we can classify Supreme Audit Institution, audit office of the government. How can we classify them? Around the world, we can classify into two types of Supreme Audit Institution. The principle, yes, the Supreme Audit Institution must have independent from the government, and they must have the right to scrutinize the spending money from the government in a manner that to ensure that that kind of money will be utilized as a transparent money. The first type of Supreme Audit Institution is signed without jurisdictional, without court jurisdiction. Look like in Thailand we have board of audit. We have a governor of board of audit that we call the SAO, Supreme Audit Office. But the SAO of Thailand has no court of audit, or so-called audit court. In French, we call la Cour des comptes. This is another type of the Supreme Audit Institution in minority group of countries in this world. They are so effective, and the evidence show right now from the various research, it made me surprised a lot when I learned from the fact that for the rest of the world, look around a quarter of 190 signs around the world. Only 40 signs or small number of signs who have court jurisdiction to control the payment of the government. They can control corruption much more effective, much more better than the rest of the world who have board of government, who have a board of auditor, but the board of auditor doesn't make a great effort or doesn't make a good result in terms of the combat against corruption. For the rest of the world, that's why my question, would like to ask Kun Suthi, the morning session, do Thailand need Lakudecom right now? According to the fact, since 1995 until 2023, if you see the graphic image show that Thailand has ever in the high rank, very high rank, 34th among 180. We are so clean country in the past. Right now, you see 201 in the year 2022. And in the year 2023, we sank down into the ranking of Thailand, became 108 least corrupt nation. When we compare as a whole 180, we are in the red zone right now. These graphics show that Thailand is in the corruption crisis. We cannot deny the fact that we are in crisis of corruption. Even though we have a law, we have a lot of anti-corruption organizations such as the SAO, such as the Commissioner Anti-Corruption, and so on. A lot of law, a lot of government officers who handle this job. But why our nation sank down in the red zone like that? It means that we cannot deny that there are some defects in our law and some defect in our enforcement of law as well. That's why we encounter this big problem. I would like to introduce you that day-to-day basis of the SAO in Thailand, what they do. The main function of the SAO, first, they need to scrutinize the use of public funds for better and wiser spending of public money or public fund. Yes, all the sides around the world do the same thing, right? Scrutinize the use of public funds. Secondly, they have a plan to develop modern audit system for more effectively in order to combat corruption, so that they try to use the new technology such as AI, artificial intelligence, or online audit right now. It is in the next step of the SAO of Thailand we do in the next year. I think they have a plan already. They will launch soon, I think. And hopefully that our graphic image will be better for that reason. Third, promote transparency administrative system, communicate information to the stakeholder that what side did every year, and by making a report to the public and send this kind of audit report to the Thai Parliament in order to scrutinize the government agency and scrutinize the government as well in the Parliament. Finally, the SAO try to facilitate Thai citizen engagement with the audit system of the SAO. The SAO must be open, must be an open forum for the people to visit the website freely and share all kind of audit report to the Thai people in order to let them have a freedom to scrutinize the fact what are the big obstructions in terms of spending money, why we have the problem of corruption. For the role of the SAO today, we try to modernize the role of the SAO as the other side in this world. According to the INTOSAI standard, we follow INTOSAI standard. INTOSAI means International Organization of Supreme Audit Institution, which is a world audit institution organization like that we call INTOSAI. INTO refer to international organization, and AI refer to audit institution, Supreme Audit Institution, S Supreme, A Audit I institution. So INTOSAI refer to the World of the Sai organization. The standard of the INTOSAI that Thailand adopt, there are three standards: financial audit standard, compliance audit standard, and performance audit standard. First of all, for financial audit standard, the auditor of Thailand need to scrutinize every budget of the government and every evidence in terms of financial payment. Did the government officer in that office agency, they did pay correctly or not? Not only that, it is the duty of the auditor of Thailand to scrutinize whether they did pay. Yes, they have receipt, but did they pay correctly according to the law, financial law of Thailand or not? Do the leader of the state agency abuse the law or not? Do the government procurement did perform correctly or not, transparent or not? And not only that, the auditor need to scrutinize the performance of budget spending, whether that kind of budget spending can be accepted or not in terms of pay too much or not. If you buy microphone like this, do you buy with this normal price or you buy microphone with a special price, a very expensive price in turn, and you receive under-table money from the company, private company, who would like to offer, please buy my microphone, this model. I will give you this kind of money. That is a promise of dirty money that they try to make a bribery for you, right? And if you, as a government officer, you accept that, yes, I will buy your microphone if you pay that money for me, this is not compliant audit. This is not compliant with the law, right? And even though it is correct as you did comply according to the Thai law, it is the duty of the auditor in Thailand to verify whether that price of microphone is too expensive or not. Why you don't buy why you did not choose the other company who offered the lower price and the same quality? That is the big problem of performance audit. Sometimes when the dean change, when some faculty of public or state public university, when they change the director or they change the dean of the faculty, they try to change the new car. They would like to have a new office. They would like to buy luxury product into the room of the dean or into the room office of the rector. This is corrupt or not? Why you spend too much money for that price? Even though the furniture in that room is always the same, you can utilize the chair, the table like that. Why you change? Why you change? You change them all. This is a type of another corruption, even though it's quite correct according to the law, but it's not a good performance in terms of utilize money of government, and it is not fair for the taxpayer who pay tax. They don't want to change your luxury furniture in your office, even though you are a new rector of the university. That is not a transparent manner. That's why it is the duty of the SAO to scrutinize such a thing. And for the rest of my PowerPoint, there are a lot of series of international standards of INTOSAI. If you want to verify the detail, you can use my PowerPoint. For the next, sorry. right now for the La Cour des Comptes, if we want to have La Cour des Comptes, we need to know what is La Cour des Comptes. La Cour des Comptes or the court, the audit court of France, right? La Cour des Comptes is a supreme body for auditing the use of public funds in France. It is independent from the government and the parliament. It has financial jurisdiction. The key word is financial jurisdiction. France has a long history. That's why they have La Cour des Comptes on behalf of the service for the King of France in the Louis XVI. They have La Cour des Comptes already. In terms of, they have La Cour des Comptes in order to scrutinize whether the government officer of the king in France utilize money according to the law of France or not, the French law or not. So La Cour des Comptes have 4 missions. They have to judge, they have to control, they have to evaluate public money, and they have to certify whether that spending of public money is correct or not in terms of audit report. So La Cour des Comptes play 2 roles. First, the first role of La Cour des Comptes play the role of the SAI, Supreme Audit Institution of France, scrutinize, which is so-called audit mission. This is the first mission of La Cour des Comptes. The second mission of La Cour des Comptes is the second of doing the duty of the court of account, in order to verify whether these government officers have committed offense, financial offense against, do they corrupt or not, look like that. If we found that they are corrupt, disciplinary sanction will be sanction them. If we found the evidence that they did corrupt and break the law, breach the law, they need to go to court of anti-corruption court for sure, right? For La Cour des Comptes did not play the role as a criminal court, but they play the role as an administrative court in terms of financial administrative court. That is the main function of La Cour des Comptes. That's why it is so interesting if Thailand can accept the role of La Cour des Comptes as the administrative financial court and put it this kind of judicial power to the side of Thailand in order to slow down the, I would like to say just slow down the corruption in Thailand and deter the motive to make a corruption for the government officer of Thailand to warn them that if you try, you may be tried before the La Cour des Comptes of Thailand. That's why the SAO right now has no judicial function. Do we need La Cour des Comptes is model? This is my question. So if we would like to have La Cour des Comptes in Thailand, I may suggest that we need not to copy La Cour des Comptes of France in every aspect. We just accept the litigation. We just accept La Cour des Comptes litigation chamber model and adopt this kind of model in order to have a solution in terms of anti-corruption solution. As a financial court of first instance for Thailand, in order to scrutinize the misconduct in terms of utilize money of the government, whether they did utilize public fund mismanagement or not. That is, if we found that the head of the manager of the state agency did utilize the fund in the wrong manner or misconduct, they need to be tried before the La Cour des Comptes. So I suggest Kun Suthi to establish this kind of La Cour des Comptes. And I hope that the Court of Account in Thailand will be established soon for this purpose. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your thoughtful and enriching insights about the standards and also many financial jurisdictions that strengthens the rule of law to combat corruption. So, to end our flow of panel discussions, I would like to hear the final suggestions. As Professor mentioned about that, even though there are many corruption commissions in individual country, there are still corruption. There are still corruption rate. So, to combat corruption, what are your final suggestions to give our audience about to combat the corruptions for jurisdictions of the corruption? What were the final suggestions that you would like to deliver to our honorable audience today? Start from Professor.
As I suggest you to change from the old model of the Supreme Audit Institution, change their duty into play a role not on the audit mission. They need to do another mission which more effectively, that is a court mission, administrative court mission. I mean administrative financial court mission. This is quite important. If you can do such a thing, the head, the general director of the military group, military division, they don't want to buy aircraft anymore because they need to go to the court to explain why I buy this aircraft, why I buy Gripen, why I buy F-16 from the United States. You need to go to the court. Do you want to go? I think that they hesitate to make a corruption, right? And this kind of court must have an independent as well.
Okay, Mr. Juan, what's your final suggestions to give our honorable audience to combat anti-corruption? As you walk in the KPK, which is really famous for combating anti-corruption, which will be your final suggestions for our honorable audience?
Thank you for opportunity to me. I think Indonesia fight against corruption has seen significant development with the establishment of the Corruption Eradication Commission (KPK). The key component of an effective strategy, we think first, strengthening institution. A critical step in combating corruption involves strengthening the institution tasked with this mandate. This includes not only ensuring that bodies like anti-corruption agency, like a KPK and anti-corruption agency in other countries, have sufficient resource and independence to carry out their duty stuff. And second, legal and regulatory reforms. The legal framework governing anti-corruption effort must be clear, comprehensive, and enforceable. This includes revising existing laws to close loopholes that allow corrupt practices to persist and introducing a new legislation that addresses emerging challenges. Notably, laws regarding political financing, public procurement, conflict of interest, and specifically the criminalization of illicit enrichment and corruption in private sector need to strengthen controls and transparent process. And the last, transparency and accountability in public service. Enhancing transparency involves ensuring that all governmental processes and decisions are open to scrutiny. This can be achieved through the implementation of open data initiative, where government data is made freely available and accessible to the public. Additionally, establishing mechanisms for accountability, such as audit system and performance reviews, can be help ensure that deviation from ethical standards are identified and addressed promptly. I think that
Okay.
experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Joam. And also, we have Commissioner of Myanmar. So, as a Commissioner of Myanmar, which will be your final suggestions to give our audience? Which will be final suggestions to combat corruptions?
Corruption is the loss of the character. The character lose. So this is but that's why we not accept for this crime. So also maintain for our ethic and code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. And then thank you to our audience, and also a big thank you to our panelists and your insight, a very, very good foundation to step on the policy and also many things to combat corruption. And then in this panel, we have dived into the best practices from country, Myanmar, Indonesia, and even Thailand. And the section over by our esteemed panelists highlights the importance of learning from one another and adapting successful strategies to fit our unique regional challenges. So I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished panelists, Mr. Jowinte, Mr. Edijuan Niboyo, Professor Dr. Prasit Ekaputra. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to our moderators and the panelists.
Before we proceed to the next discussion, we would like to invite Dato' Haji Nik Suhaimi bin Nik Sulaiman. Please give us the honor to come up on the stage and present the token of appreciation to our panelists. A few more snaps. Thank you very much, everyone. And now please have, okay, a little bit more. Thank you very much, and now please have your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to our final panel discussion entitled Leveraging Technological Solution to Detect and Prevent Corruption. With that, we would like to call up on the stage our moderator, Sai La Ro, and our panelists.
Good afternoon again, distinguished guests, honored panelists, and valued attendees. I'm deeply to welcome all of you again in today's discussion once again. In this session, we are focused on the topic of growing importance in the fight against corruption, which is leveraging technological solutions to detect and prevent corruption. Without further ado, let me introduce with our honorable panelists. Ms. Moon So-hee from the Anti-Corruption Bureau at the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission ACRC of South Korea. Dr. Sri Laksana Koman, Vice Chair of the Foundation for Public Policy and Good Governance PPGG and a former advisor to Thailand National Anti-Corruption Commission NACC. Mr. Krishna Sinchor Romsem, Director of the Master of Law Program at Rangsit University's Faculty of Law. we are very honored and privileged to have such kinds of panelists here and experts here today. So, to begin the important conversations, today in this panel discussion, we will focus on the leveraging technological solutions to detect and prevent corruption, which is very important in this globalized world, technological solutions. So, to present this, I would like to invite Ms. Moon Soo-hee as a representative of South Korea's Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission, ACRC. Ms. Moon, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Sohee Moon, Deputy Director for General Anti-Corruption Policy Division of the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission of Korea. First of all, I'd like to share my sincere gratitude for inviting me to this great international anti-corruption conference held in this beautiful city of Bangkok. Personally, this is my first time being in here, and I wish I have more time to look around the city. Today, I'd like to introduce the Clean Portal System, a digital anti-corruption system of Korea, and share our experiences with it. I'm going to introduce the Clean Portal System focused on the objectives, major characteristics, and the lessons learned. First, the objectives to establish a digital anti-corruption system. We have three main objectives. First is to effectively manage the increasing number of reports. Second is to streamline the reporting process. Third is to minimize the administrative inefficiency. Let's take a look at the first objective. To effectively manage the increasing number of reportings. As the Korean government's central administrative body on the anti-corruption, the ACRC receives and handles corruption reports in public sector based on 6 laws and regulations as shown on the screen. As the scope of the report targets had expanded, there has been a need to establish a digital anti-corruption system to manage such reports and duties in an effective and systemic manner. The second objective was to streamline the reporting process. When a reporter files a report to the ACRC, we confirm the details of the fact and then refer the case to an investigative authority. The agency conducts an investigation and then they answer back to the reporter with the result. The ACRC notifies the result to the reporter, and this is the basic cycle of the reporting system. In this way, the ACRC serves as a window between the reporters and the investigative agencies and promotes the connectivity throughout the whole process. The third objective is to minimize administrative inefficiency. Before we built the Clean Portal system, there was no single window for corruption reporting. So in many cases, reporters made multiple reports to several different organizations, for example, to the police office, to prosecutor's office, local governments, and etc. As a result, same cases are handled in several different organizations, and this causes a lot of problems. From the government perspective, this was not only the waste of time and resources, but could also harm the confidence in the administration if the result of the same cases are different among the organizations. To resolve such problems, the ACRC has introduced the Clean Portal system, an integrated national digital anti-corruption system. Let's take a look at the unique characteristics of the Clean Portal system from different perspectives. From the reporter's perspective, the Clean Portal system has its merit in terms of accessibility and convenience. They can easily access to the reporting system more than ever. People just go to the CLEAN portal and file a report to the ACRC or to other relevant organizations. They can learn the Reporter Protects program and reward programs that various relevant organizations provide, and also check the process in real-time basis so that they can know how their reports are handled. The second advantage of the CLEAN portal system is the improved convenience. The ACRC utilized the accumulated data to develop services for the user's convenience. For example, we have newly added function, the guide for tailored documentation. For this function, the ACRC analyzed the data from the reporter received and made standardized samples by corruption types, so the reporter can search and refer to the same cases when they fill out the report form. We also have the reporter documentation guide function in this system, and this is more useful. Once you fill out the form, this guide lets you know which laws were violated based on the contents of the report. For the reporters, they can easily know when a certain behavior is wrong, but it's not easy for them to know which laws are violated. They can learn from the list of laws and regulations violated from this function. Last but not least, the reporters can check the process in real time. The system shows the progress in real time. If there's any changes going on in the major step, the reporters are informed by text message, SMS immediately. Now let's take a look at the CLEAN portal system from government perspective. With the CLEAN portal system, the working efficiency has been increased in great degree through the connected service. It also has reduced the burden of cost and labor caused by the overlapping duties. Accumulating vast amount of data for various uses is a plus. First, as you can see from the screen, the entire process from reporting, referral of cases, and notification of the result is seamlessly connected. Next, as we have integrated the various reporting windows into a single one, the cost and labor caused by overlapping work has been reduced in great degree. All the government organizations use the single system for the corruption report. The CLEAN portal system functions as a data center for anti-corruption related information. In the system, we have a function called the CLEAN Forum, and this serves as a platform that the public organizations to share all the integrity related information, such as anti-corruption guidelines, information of corrupt officers, and the result of integrity assessment of the public organizations. If you have any question on anything about the integrity of public organization, you can simply click the button and search here. Now from the ACRC's perspective, the collected data can be analyzed and utilized as a basis for our policy feedback. You can find information about the real-time status of the number of reports, major reports, keywords, and the statistical chart of the corruption reports by types of corruption. The ACRC plans to utilize these data to develop comprehensive plan for anti-corruption policies, guidelines for integrity, regulations, and institutional improvements for corruption prevention. We also plan to find vulnerable area in terms of corruption at the national level and conduct in-depth analysis on the causes. We publish and provide the analysis reports based on the data accumulated from the system to public organizations so that they can make improvement by themselves. Last but not least, I'm going to share some lessons that the ACRC has learned from developing and operating the clean portal system. The first lesson is that the system developers are not just technicians, but the system designers. So it's important that they should understand and familiarize with the relevant laws and regulations. Only then the communication with the officials in charge will be effective, and the unnecessary errors could be prevented in the development process. The second lesson is that the system should not be just an online version of the offline procedure. It should be an upgraded version that removes inconvenience and enhances work efficiency dramatically. As for the claim portal system, it provides a seamless platform both for the ACRC and the public organizations in handling corruption cases. Third, you should not forget the best system is the one that can be used easily by the users. To develop user-friendly system, you should listen to various stakeholders and reflect their opinion from the initial stage of the development. Also, consistent maintenance is needed to resolve any difficulties. This concludes my presentation on clean portal system, Korea's digital anti-corruption system. Any questions or comments are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moons, for sharing those valuable insights, which are like minimizing administrative inefficiencies like ACRC systems and data utilization in detail. And then that is very inspiring to hear how that is utilizing innovative technological solution to combat corruption. Thank you so much. Next, to further expand our discussion on technological strategies, I would like to now invite to Dr. Sirilaksana Comment from Thailand, which is Foundation for Public Policy and Good Governance. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Now, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this interesting conference. This is the topic of my presentation, using technology to serve anti-corruption and other society goals. Why other society goals? We've been talking about mobilizing stakeholders, involving the general public, that fighting corruption isn't just the problem to be solved by governments, but by every sector of society. But I found that once you go into society, you try to engage with people, you try to engage with communities in a country where corruption is pervasive. And the most serious and insidious form of corruption is the kind of corruption that is perpetuated by networks of corrupt people. These networks of corrupt people can include high-level government officials, even sometimes as high as the Prime Minister. And with government officials, with private sector, with community members, all around. And so when you try to engage what we feel as stakeholders, sometimes you hit these blocks where people do not cooperate because of their affiliation. Some people are really very good people, but because they have received favors from corrupt networks and they feel obligated to be part of that network or not engage in anti-corruption efforts that we're trying to promote. So I feel that after working in this area for quite some time, that maybe we need different tactics. We need guerrilla warfare, not frontal attacks. So maybe fighting corruption in a more disguised way is what I feel may work. And so I started a project, just a small project, but this is a project that using technology, and the subtitle of my project is Forest Fire Prevention, two birds with one stone. Now you might ask, what does forest fires have to do with corruption? And I promise you, I will try to make that clear in a few minutes' time. When the World Economic Forum did a study of what the leaders around the world feel are the most important risks at the present time, they found that extreme weather and the consequences of that is the top risk that they feel is the most important. So because of that, I thought, corruption doesn't appear in here at all, but I assure you that corruption pervades in each of the category. Without corruption, these problems would not be as serious or would not even occur without corruption. And so, coming back to forest fires and extreme weather are very much connected. And if you look at Thailand, this is the satellite information from our agency. You can see here that in the north, the 9 northern provinces, you can see here that, is there a pointer here? Pointer, okay. We see here that just during the period from the 1st of January to the 31st of May, you can see here that the forest fires occurred in 7.8 million rai. Now, rai is a Thai measurement. 1 rai is about 0.16 hectares. So in that period alone, it's more than 1 million hectares of forest fires. So you can see how devastating this could be. But if you look at who is in charge of dealing with the country's forest fires, we have 2 agencies, the Department of National Parks and the Forestry Department. If you look at the manpower, I don't blame them one bit. If you look at the manpower, you can see that, they have a few thousand people working to control more than 1 million hectares in just 4 months. It's just impossible. And so if you look at this, and their mission is to control and prevent, whereas the project that I'm going to talk about is a project that can also predict using technology. So the official policy, because of the devastation that the forest fires can cause, the official policy is to prohibit burning. And so from February to April, they prohibit burning. If they catch anyone burning forests, they will issue arrest warrants and they will put them in jail or whatever. But during the prohibited period, we see from satellite data that the fires are occurring all over the place during the prohibited period. And so that doesn't even work. So what we want to do is to look at the cause of the forest fires. A lot of the forest fires are due to slash and burn, foraging, hunting, and all that. So we know that we have to have a holistic solution to recognize the way of life of the ordinary people. A lot of these people have no resource, they have no alternative but to use slash and burn, because other ways of clearing their land is just more expensive. It's more cost effective to use slash and burn. And so we have to recognize that, for some people there is no other alternative. So what we want to do is this forest fire project and corruption prevention in line with the community's way of life. How do we do that? When we look at the causes of forest fires, what does this have to do with corruption? It has a lot to do with corruption, because if you look at the cause of forest fires that is classified as unknown, you will see that a great number of fires are due to unknown causes. And if you add other things like accidents or forest timber, illegal logging, that is all directly due to corruption. There is no way in which forest fires can occur to a large extent without complicity by government officials, or even perpetuated by corrupt government officials with their network of business people who want to downgrade the forest from reserve forests to damage forests so that they can make use of that land to build their resorts and commercial interests once it's declassified. And so this has a lot to do with corruption. So our project consists of four components. One, this is the technology that we've developed a sensor technology that we plant within the forest. The government weather stations are all in urban areas, in the big cities and in urban areas. What we do is to plant these sensors in the forest, and once we do that, the sensor will send the signal. I'll show you that it will send the signal before the fire occurs. So it detects the probability of a fire with 72% accuracy. We've done this in 2 provinces up north, in Tak and Lamphun. And currently this year we are working in Chiang Rai. Unfortunately, this year Chiang Rai has suffered a lot of devastation from the floods, and they really realize that that is due to the cutting of forests and the damage to the forest area that has caused so much problems. But what this is, it's very user-friendly, it's low cost. We've developed this low-cost sensor that we install, and once the signal, when the fire is about to occur, within 2 or 3 hours, it will send a signal directly to the iPhones, I'm sorry, I'm not part of the Apple organization, to the mobile phones of our community network. So these are the grassroots people on the ground. They will all be involved in helping to prevent forest fires. They will not, some of them may not be involved in preventing corruption. But once, because of their love for their town, their village, they will participate in this project. The signal will come to their mobile phones. They don't have to go and look for anything. Almost everyone in Thailand, no matter what your income level, has a mobile phone. And so we are able to galvanize the energy of the local people, mobilize local networks to help in this. The second part is that some of the villagers are agricultural landowners who, as I said, engage in slash and burn. So if they, for the moment, the short-term solution is to help them to construct fire breaks to prevent the spread of fires. They don't want to burn up the forest, but they don't have the technology to stop the spread. And so what we do is also help them to construct the fire breaks. And we get a lot of cooperation from the local people. The third part is alternative cultivation. Instead of growing corn and maize, which requires yearly burning of the land to make way for next season's crops, we introduce other things. I forgot to bring a sample of our coffee that is grown in those areas. And so when they have other alternative sources of income, then they would reduce or even stop burning forest fires. And the final one is fire investigation. Once we are, as everyone working in anti-corruption knows, if we can investigate corruption or forest fires in this case very accurately using scientific methods and data, then the deterrent would be there. As I think Ajahn Prasit said, that it's the probability of getting caught. I mean, if we have the data that shows that they were the ones who committed the crime, who started the fires, then that would act as a deterrent as well. So this is a sensor installation. I'll just have a few photos to show you what it looks like. This is what happens. We use the internet. We have different kinds of sensors. Where we have both electricity and the internet, then the sensor would be very simple. It will be just one thing. If there is no electricity, we use solar panels. So we have to construct, I'll show you pictures of the construction of the solar panels. That's me, if you can see, during the process of constructing, putting the sensors up in these areas. And so these the parts of the equipment, and it will send, we have to have circuit breakers if we have solar panels to prevent, and also ground rods to prevent lightning from hitting our solar panels and so on. So these are the components very quickly of our sensor equipment. And this is, this is a data that gets sent to the phones, the mobile phones of our network. So it involves the government officials in charge as well. So they get, because they have the equipment to go in and put out the fires before it spreads, as well as our network of people. And it can be monitored remotely. I'm in Bangkok, but the fire is occurring in Chiang Rai, and I can see that it's going to occur. I actually call our network up in the north, and they said they know. They have the signal coming in as well. So this is the data. We have to train our network of people in reading the data that comes in. And so because it also measures haze and smog, the PM 2.5, it measures carbon dioxide, monoxide, and so on, humidity as well as temperature. It measures a lot of things. And because of that, actually this project did not start from forest fires. It started by measuring PM, particulate matter 2.5. And then we found, using our tree model, that if the PM is less than 121, the fire would not occur. But if it is higher than 121, plus the carbon monoxide is at a certain level, then, the fire burn would happen with an accuracy of 72%, which is not 100%, but it does help. So this was what the data that we gathered from Tak and Lamphun, which we did 2 years ago. This year, it's up in Chiang Rai. And so this is just a picture of what it looks like. And so we're using this technology. These are just villagers, volunteers, who come to help doing this. And, with all this information, and I'll go through this very quickly. And our Prime Minister this morning was talking about ChatGPT. We can have a chatbot as well, and not even have it manned by us. And this is another thing that we're trying. We will go up to Chiang Rai next time to install sprinklers, because you need a water source to have a sprinkler installed as well. And I found a temple in Chiang Rai that the abbot, the monk, the head monk of the temple, actually is trying to create these reservoirs of water, and that can be used to fight. We can install these sprinklers as well. So finally, the bottom line is that fires due to corruption can be eliminated. With the other kinds of fires, we can help to reduce. But fires due to corruption is what we hope can be eliminated by using this technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cyril Laxter, for your detailed, informative perspective. And then your projects are based on this sustainability and forest, and really impressive to hear, Doctor, and also that I'm really thankful to you, Doctor. So, to round up our panel presentations, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Cressida, Director of the LLM program at Rangsit University. Mr. Cressida, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you to the moderators, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say that it is a great honor to be here as part of the World Anti-Corruption Conference 2024. And it's a great honor for me to be a last presenter today too. The topic of my presentation, The topic of my presentation is a part of my research that I was funded by Rangsit University in late 2023. the possibility and guidelines for crime prevention using technology, a case study of corruption prevention in Thailand. Okay, let me inform you about my research objective. Firstly, it is to study the current state of corruption in Thailand. Secondly, it is to explore the feasibility or possibility challenges and obstacles of implementing technology to prevent corruption in Thailand. And thirdly, it is to identify suitable approaches for utilizing technology to address corruption within the context of Thailand. My research methodology is a mixed method approach. The quantitative data was collected through an online questionnaire from 219 participants. The qualitative data was collected using purposive sampling from 12 key informants with relevant involvement knowledge or expertise in suitable approaches and the possibility of using technology to prevent corruption in Thailand. Now, I'm going to talk about the research result. This slide shows the number of the percentage. Oh, I'm very sorry, the alphabet is quite difficult to read. Okay. This slide shows the number of the percentage of corruption cases in Thailand involving the payment or offering the gift to officials in government or private agencies for specific purpose. Most participants state that they never pay or offer gifts. However, some participants admitted doing so, primarily to avoid paying fines such as traffic tickets, which is the most common reason at 3.7. I think my slide is not cover all of my information. I'm very sorry. And then, if we look at the complaint or legal action filed against bribery by government official or private employees, we can see that 96.3% of respondents said they never filed a complaint. Only 3.7% have. There are three main reasons for not filing. The first is the belief that complaining would be a waste of time because no one would care. This was chosen by 31.1% of respondents. The same percentage also said that they know who to complain, but it is hard to access the right channels. The second reason is fear of negative consequence, with 30.1% give this answer. You can see that the number of the waste of time and the number of the respondents that answer in my research is negative. Fear of negative consequence is very near. Okay. On the next slide, I will show you the channel. The people used to file complaint. For this question, respondents could pick more than one option. The most popular choice was filing complaint with the police, chosen by 69.2%. The second most common way was using online platform to share videos or raise awareness at 33.1%. The third most popular options were filing complaints with anti-corruption agency and the media, both at 15.4%. Now, okay, let's look at the outcome after people file complaint or report about public official or private employees asking for bribe. The top three responses are: first, 37.5% said they never got any feedback about their complaint. Second, 31.3% said there was an internal investigation, but they were told no further action was needed. And third, 18.8% said that they received regular updates about the investigation's progress. Now, let me share you about the qualitative result on how technology can help prevention corruption. The first key finding is about using technology to reduce corruption. By implementing QR code for payment or fees, we can increase transparency and make it easy to track transactions between citizens or between citizens and organizations. Also, using blockchain technology for transactions at the agency or organizational level can be really beneficial. The second finding sorry. Okay. The second finding focuses on using technology to fight corruption. This means that apps or websites can be great platform for reporting corruption or suspicious activities. However, the result indicated that this app or website needs to be user-friendly. My result is consist with so he right, user-friendly. Okay. Especially for different groups of people, like the elderly or those who aren't very tech-savvy. Also, protecting personal data and ensuring the privacy of whistleblowers should be a top priorities. Okay, now, let's talk about the problems and obstacles in using technology to prevent corruption in Thailand. One major issue is the outdated legal framework. Thai law, especially those about processing complaints and investigating corruption, still depend on traditional practices that have been around for a long time. For instance, the face-to-face investigation method requires both the person making the accusation and the accused to travel to give their testimonies. Moreover, requiring whistleblowers to share sensitive personal information like their names or addresses can make them feel insecure or uncomfortable about reporting corruption. The second issue is the lack of coordinating among agencies that are involved in preventing corruption. Technologies like AI can be really effective in tracking corruption, but they need a lot of data, aka or also known as big data, from collaborative effort. However, research shows that government agencies in Thailand tend to work independently and only share information within their own departments. This makes it hard to create a central database and limits how effective technology can be used to prevent corruption. The third issue is that many officials involved in preventing corruption lack knowledge and have negative attitude toward technology. They often don't understand complex technology, which lead to inefficient use. Collecting a big data that's essential for these technologies can be time-consuming and require a lot of manpower, which many see as a burden. Moreover, gathering this data might reveal past corruption, putting those involved at risk of penalties. On top of that, increased scrutiny for future activities could discourage officials and agencies from cooperating. The final issue of my presentation focused on appropriate approaches for implementing technology to tackle corruption in Thailand. These include 3 key points. The first is strategies for engaging citizens in corruption oversight using current communication technology. By using technology, we can boost public involvement through centralized apps or websites where people can easily report complaints. However, we face challenges like complicated reported processes and the requirement to share personal information, which can make people hesitant to participate, especially when powerful individuals are involved in the corruption. Additionally, when internal investigations don't provide enough feedback to those who complain, it can lead to a lack of public interest. To tackle these issues, we should create user-friendly platforms like social media and popular apps that cater to all demographics. It's also crucial to focus on protecting personal data and providing regular updates on investigations. By doing this, we can build trust, encourage more people to get involved, and strengthen citizen oversight, which is essential for reducing corruption in Thailand society. Oh, sorry. The second is using technology as the main way to pay for service, fines, and fees. Promoting financial technology like bank apps as the primary method for payment in Thailand can be a powerful tool in the fight against corruption. As our society moves toward cashless system, this app make transactions more convenient and secure. They also allow for easy tracking and verification, which boosts transparency. This transparency can significantly reduce opportunities for corruption, especially in everyday transactions with government and private organizations. By encouraging the use of this technology, we not only simplify the payment process, but also enhance the accountability and oversight in financial dealing. And the last one is the using reliable financial technology for budget management. The final strategy for use the technology to fight corruption in Thailand is to implement reliability financial technologies like blockchain and cryptocurrency for managing large budgets, including the national budgets and the budgets of major private organizations. These technologies act as public data storage system and work as decentralized ledgers, removing the need for middlemen in data management. However, it is important to note that blockchain technology is still relatively new and can be quite complex, which might make it hard for the average person to grasp. Therefore, it may not be suitable for all types of financial transactions. Instead, we should focus its use on managing large-scale budget activities, like handling the national budgets and distributing funds to ministries, departments, or government organizations. This targeted approach can improve transparency and make it easy to track and audit financial transactions within this entity. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christers, for those insightful remarks. And then project about the, Mr. has mentioned about the detail about the research project and also about the blockchain and then also reliable financial mechanism that we have to consider while we are thinking about the technological tools in combating corruption. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panelists. And then from Ms. Moon, we have heard about the ACRC model, and also from our Honorable Dr. Sri Laksner, we have heard about the efficiency of technology in not only in AI, not only in combating corruption, but also in many sustainable ways. And also from our Mr. Chris, we have heard about the blockchains or reliable financial technologies to combat corruption. So thank you so much, panelists. Now, without further ado, I would like to open Q&A floor to our honorable audience. So at this time, there is a great opportunity for our honorable audience to ask a question. Due to the time limitations, we will invite the questioner for only just one question. So if you have questions and if you want to need further clarification, you can just rise up and ask our specific panelists. So thank you so much. And then I would like to request the volunteer to hand over the microphone to our questioners. So if you have a question, may I kindly request to rise up. Thank you so much. Our Honorable Jen.
I have only one question to the panelists. Anyone can answer this question. My question is so simply, how can we rely on technology in terms of safety for privacy right of the people, especially identical data in the ID card, for example, was stolen easily by call center movement in Thailand or in this region, not only in Thailand, in many countries. And they make a lot of big problem in terms of transfer money from the account of customer of the bank into the hand of the gambler, into the hand of the criminals. Why they gain that kind of data, personal data, easily like that? Do anything that technology can help and can ensure the people around the world that we did not stolen by the big company every time, every day. They are so, they know everything in our mobile phone, every secret, personal information, personal data, they can transfer our data easily. And how can technology in terms of fighting against this kind of corruption, especially against the big company who are the big tech company. How can you control them? Microsoft, Apple company, and so on, so on. I don't want to mention the name. I just mention this kind of name for a good example that how can we ensure that our data will not transfer to the criminal, especially to the criminals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the questions. And then, based on the sir mentioned about the question will be, there is a critical problem that we have faced recently because we were relying too much on technology. On the other hand, there will be also many privacy issues that can happen. If we rely too much on technology for combating corruption, there will also be many privacy attacking issues or some kinds of this. So to tackle these solutions, how can we rely and how can we find better solutions to rely on the technology to combat corruption? So Ms. Poon, may I invite you?
Thank you, and that's a great question. I mean, as I mentioned in my presentation, as my colleague from the panelists from the Rangsit University, Mr. Krista mentioned too during his presentation, the protecting the personal information issue is one of the key issues in terms of handling corruption problems with the technical information and communication technology. Well, unfortunately, I'm not a technical staff, so I don't have any technical solution for the problem, but I can share my experience as an investigator. I used to be an investigator for corruption cases, and as an investigator, once you get the report, I can see the contents of reports, but not necessarily I can see the information of the reporter. I mean, sometimes I need to see and check the personal information of the reporter to deal with the case, but sometimes I don't need to do that. So I can choose to see and check the personal information or not. And if I decide to see the personal information of the reporter, I can go and click a button, and this new screen pops up saying that, are you sure you want to see the personal information of the reporter? And if you do so, you may have records on the system. So if I go yes, I can see the personal information of the reporter. That means all the public officials related to handling the corruption cases who have access to the personal information of the reporter is recorded. I mean, they can always track down the list of public officials who has access to the public to the personal information of the report. So yes, in this way we can lessen the chance of leak of information of the reporter. And I believe the ICT have lots of side effects, but mainly they have the system we use for the corruption system contribute the protection of the reporter a lot more than ever, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Moon, for your insightful answer. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Chrysler, is there anything to add up to these questions? How can we rely and ensure the technology perspective? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. For my question the question from my professor is quite difficult to answer. But in my opinion, I think the first time that I think not need to use not need to inform the real name. Maybe the better way to protect the privacy of informant. To protect the privacy. but I think it's quite very hard to use this way. Then I think that in my opinion, we must be use the technology that can trust the people to ensure that if they inform about the corruption that occur in Thailand, they will be protected their information, their personal information from the technology or from the official who involved in the complaint. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cressida. And then it is important to consolidate our policy for data, right? And also we have to ensure the systematic approach for this technological perspective, because it's really critical for this. When we combat the corruption, we can also happen a lot of technological issues. That's why systematic approach with consolidating good policy will be answer based on our panelists' answer. So to end our panel discussions, the final question that I would like to ask to our Dr. Siri Laxner is, how can artificial intelligence help in the detections of corruption practice?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. The question is, how can technology help in the detection of corruption? One of the things that we try to do at the NACC in Thailand many years ago, what I tried to promote was the NACC has a lot of data on cases. But at that time, anyway, I don't know what's happening at this time, but at that time, each case was a standalone. Each defendant in each case, the crimes and the details of the case were quite separate from everything else. It wasn't able to search. And as I mentioned before, one of the most serious kinds of corruption that is the most difficult to fight against is the corruption that is perpetuated by groups of influential people. They're not all influential people, but some people in the group are those who are strategically placed, either in procurement or in business or somewhere else. And sometimes they need also grassroots people to come and protest. If they are accused of some crime, then they will mobilize these grassroots people to come and protest against the prosecution. So lots of people, lots of different kinds of people with different expertise in their network. Now, the important thing, and very often they use nominees. So the important thing is that their networks is never done between strangers. If these cases can be connected, we can use AI to find the connection. Suppose 10 people are accused in one case, 15 people are accused in another case. Are there people in common? Then we know that these people must be in the same network. And if people cannot do that very effectively. So we need artificial intelligence to look for those connections. And in that way, prosecution, detection would be much more efficient and would be more timely. And that would serve as a deterrence, because if they're not afraid of being detected or not afraid of being prosecuted, then corruption will be pervasive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sri Laxner. And then we have to use this technological tool for collaboration and networking to combat corruptions. And I'm really, thank you. I'm really thankful to Dr. Sri Laxner for this insightful answer. So, in today's discussions, we have explored how technological solutions can be effectively leveraged to combat corruptions. The examples and recommendations provided by our panelists have emphasized the importance of adopting the innovation while adapting them to meet the specific needs of different regions. So I would like to express my deepest appreciation to our esteemed panelists, Ms. Moon Sohee, Dr. Sri Laxner Comment, and Master Cressida. Thank you so much. And also that to our valued audience, thank you very much for your participation. Together, let's continue to advocate for stronger anti-corruption measures and judicial independence in our individual country. Thank you once again, and I wish you a productive and insightful day ahead. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderators and panelists. We would like to invite Dato Haji Nik Suhaimi bin Nik Sulaiman up on the stage to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderators. I do apologize a little bit. We would like to invite Mr. Jia up on the stage to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderators. That's very, very impressive to all panels that we have had in this event today. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome on the stage our Professor Visha Mahakun, Dean of the Faculty of Law, Rangsit University, and Senior Advisory Board of the International Anti-Corruption Academy, Thailand, to give us a closing keynote address. Please warm welcome.
Keynote speakers, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here at the conclusion of this conference on transforming trust, eradicate corruption, a global unity for integrity, I want to take a moment to reflect on the journey we have shared today. We have engaged in deep discussion, share powerful context, and explore innovation solutions. Together, we have examined the complexity of corruption and its far-reaching impacts on our societies. More importantly, we have also illuminated pathways toward transforming trust and fostering integrity. Throughout our session, we heard from remarkable speakers to have inspired us with their insights and experiences from activists, authorities, or public office, legislative and judiciary, fighting for accountability in their communities, and leaders implementing systematic change at national and international levels. Their voice reminds us that change is not only possible, it is happening right now. Each of these contexts serve as the testament to the reliance and determination of individuals and organizations committed to eradicate corruption. We have learned about the importance of transparency, the power of technology, and the necessity of collaborative across border. We have discussed the critical role that civil society, private sectors, and individuals play in creating cultures of integrity. As we leave this conference, let us carry forward the lesson we have learned and connections we have made. However, our work does not end here. It is essential to recognize that the fight against corruption is ongoing and requires sustained effort and commitment. Each of us has a role to play in this movement, whether we are policymakers crafting religious, business leaders shaping corporate ethics, or citizens advocating for accountability. Our actions matter. As we move forward, I urge each of you to take the insight gained from this conference and apply them in your own context. Share what you have learned with your colleagues, your societies, and your networks. Let us amplify our voice and foster a global dialogue that extends beyond this wall. In the spirit of unity, let us also commit to supporting one another in our efforts. The road to transforming trust and eradicating corruption is often fraught with challenges. We can navigate these obstacles. We must hold each other accountable, share our successes and setbacks, and continue to learn from another. As we conclude this conference, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your participation, your passion, and your unwavering dedication to this cause. And I express my congratulations to ISI and Rangsit University, especially the working team, hosts and co-hosts, that guide us to integrity and justice, and give my hope for a brighter future. Let us leave here inspired to take action, not a dream. but work really. Emboldened by the awareness that we are not alone in the fight against corruption, together we can create a world where trust is the foundation of our societies and where corruption is not tolerated. Lastly, thank you for being a part of this vital conversation, and thank you for your commitment to transforming trust and eradicating corruption. Let's continue to work together, united in our pursuit of integrity and justice. Safe travel, and may you all return to your communities with a renewed energy and determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Visha Mahakun. What a wonderful speech. Please remain on the stage as we would like to give a token of appreciation to you. And for this, we would like to invite Mr. Jia to present the token of appreciation to Professor Visha Mahakun. Thank you very much, Professor Visha Mahakun and Mr. Jia.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us take the memorable